This August 3 to 5, 2022, we continue the advocacy in enhancing the competence of our Calabarzon teachers, with 22 divisions aiming to ensure an assessment-driven intervention. This is the second leg of Racas 2022. Catch us live via Racas YouTube channel and Racas FB group. This August 3 to 5, 2022, we continue the advocacy in enhancing the competence of our Calabarzon teachers, with 22 divisions aiming to ensure an assessment-driven intervention. This is the second leg of Racas 2022. Catch us live via Racas YouTube channel and Racas FB group. This August 3 to 5, 2022, we continue the advocacy in enhancing the competence of our Calabarzon teachers, with 22 divisions aiming to ensure an assessment-driven intervention. This is the second leg of Racas 2022. Catch us live via Racas YouTube channel and Racas FB group. Strong in its commitment, courageous in facing the challenges, the Regional Association of Communication Arts Supervisors, Racas, is a firm believer of teachers' professional advancement that will be beneficial to the learners of the 21st century. Even before the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic, the association has organized various trainings and workshops with impact seen on the best practices of the language teachers in the region. Region 4A Calabarzon, as the cradle of excellence, recognizes the contribution of Racas in the field of campus journalism and reading, to name a few. On the memory lane, the pandemic we experienced last 2021 did not stop Racas from responding to the challenge. The one-day webinar on reading in the new normal last November 2021 is indeed a success. A total of 22,883 participants were registered on the activity from the 22 divisions of the region. The live streaming of the said event reached 37,000 views. A short virtual encounter that highlights the importance of integrative assessment, integrating content and intervention through differentiated reading instruction became a timely topic that helped teachers in responding positively to their diverse learners. Year after year, Racas will remain strong in its commitment, courageous in facing the challenges para sa batang Pilipino.
Iba rin ang takot sa iyong damdamin, ipamalas ang angking galing.
Tumayong mong tapang harapin ng buhay, yakapin ang tagumpay.
Tulungan ang kapwa at bigyang halaga, huwag hatakin ng pababa. Isipin wag sana ang sarili lang, pakisama't bayanihan.
Subukan nating isulong at ligawan ang
Magandang bukas, ikaw at ako magkasama tayo. Salubungin ang kinabukasan. Dakila ang lahi ko, bayaning Pilipino, sa makagbago panahon.
halina't hawakan ang aking kamay, sabay abutin natin ang tagumpay. Patuloy lang tayo sa pagpapantay, wala sa Diyos ang sandat at kamay.
Bukan natin isulong at ligawan ang gandang bukas, ikaw at ako magkasama tayo. Bungin ang kinabukasan. Ating ang Pilipino, bilang lahi mo, galing Pilipino, sa makagbago. Tugig ang iso, nandito akong puso, galing Pilipino, sa makabuhay. Ang Pilipino, bilang lahi ko, maraming Pilipino, sa makagbago panahon.
Takot sa iyong damdamin,
Tulong tapang harapin ang buhay, yakapin ang tagumpay. Ang Pilipino, bilang
Great Thursday morning, Calabar Zone. Magandang umaga po Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal, and Quezon. Nasa ikalawang araw na po tayo ng ating regional virtual workshops na may temang Regional Virtual Workshops on Assessment-Driven Intervention. Mapagpalang umaga po sa inyong lahat. And as of today, as of this moment, we only have 1,643 viewers. I'm again encouraging everyone, pakitawagan na po ulit ang ating mga kasama at tumutok na po sa ating virtual session for today. Kahapon nga po ay nakasama natin si Dr. Carlo at isang magandang reminder at paalala sa atin that assessment needs to be useful and specific for our learners. At ngayong araw ay pagpapatuloy po natin ang talakayan sa isang bagong speaker na makakasama natin maya-maya lamang po. Pero bago yan, patingin nga po ng inyong mga mensahe. Kumusta po kayong lahat? How is your Thursday morning mga kapatid sa paglilingkod? Kumusta po? Tingnan po natin ang comment ng ating mga viewers for today. Good morning po, watching from Marilag Elementary School, Rosario West District, SDO, Batangas. Ayan, maraming salamat po. At ano po kaya ang mga takeaways ng ating mga participants kahapon? Pwede niyo pong i-share ang inyong mga takeaways kasi magandang palitan din po iyon para yung mga hindi nakatutok synchronously kahapon dahil may mga ginagawa at nireview na lang yung video ay makita nila yung engagement po ng bawat isa. All goods and excited po today to learn a lot. Maraming salamat po. Good morning po, watching from Libato Elementary School, SDO. I'm excited to learn new things. Sa pong Facebook viewer. Good morning everyone. New day, new learning from Pasiano Rizal, Los Baños, SDO, Laguna. So good morning po sa lahat ng taga Laguna at batiin na rin po natin. Good morning po of course sa lahat po ng opisyalis ng Racas. Sila po ang nasa likod ng ating gawain ngayon to really help our language teachers and teachers across learning areas in terms of assessment. Kaya naman magandang umaga po sa ating mga Racas officers and of course our education program supervisors in English and Filipino. Ganun na rin po ang pasasalamat at pagbati sa lahat ng mga school heads na nagbigay ng pagkakataon sa ating mga participants na makadalo po ngayong araw. My takeaway, the importance of individual student performance reports in crafting individual remediation for better results. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Irene Makasait Marasigan. Fundamentals or basic competencies should be 100% learned by learners. Tama rin naman po that according to Sir Carlo, before we move, we must ensure that it has been 100% achieved or learned by our learners. Magandang umaga po sa nag-comment po nito. Marakas na marakas ako ngayong umaga upang makinig sa ating speaker from SDO Cavite Province. Shout out po sa akin, HT, Sir Mark de la Cruz at sa aming principal, Dr. Flormina P. Aure. Hello po, Sir Mark de la Cruz. Si Sir Mark de la Cruz ay dati nating national winner sa masining na pagkukwento. Kaya naman, sikat na sikat all over the Philippines mula Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao ay siguradong nalilibot ni Sir Mark de la Cruz. Hello, Sir Markadong Pula. Laglagan ngayong umaga. Takeaways. Give appropriate type of strategies for each level. Thank you. Magandang umaga po sa nag-comment ito. Good morning po. This is a YouTube viewer. Good morning po. Watching from Juanito C. Waga National High School, Division of Quezon. And thank you for reminding us how important assessment is in terms of diagnosing and adjusting our teaching strategy. Isang mabungang araw kahapon, mas na-equipped ang lahat sa mga nararapat na gawin upang mapagbuti ang gawain sa pagbibigay suporta o tulong sa mga barang Calabarzon. Magandang umaga po sa nag-comment nito. Hindi natin makita ang kanilang pangalan. Sige po, kung tingin niyo po ay no access on StreamYard ang inyong account, you may include your name po sa inyong comment para naman po ma-recognize po ang inyong comment dito sa ating screen. Individual profiling is very useful for identifying which competencies the learner have mastered and not before constructing an intervention material. From Ma'am Kimberly Zonza Bituin. Magandang umaga po Ma'am Kimberly at tama rin naman po. So we really need to align our material sa need ng ating mga learners. Ano po? Good morning po. Shoutout po sa aming punong guro. Good morning, Sir Jojo. Ito po pala ay kasama ko sa school. Hello, Sir Jojo. Good morning. Excited na po ulit sa new topic and thinking po sa new output. Shoutout po sa lahat ng participants from Calatagan District, SDO, Batangas. Salamat po, Ma'am Nosy. And speaking of output, maya-maya man lamang po right after our MOL, I will give you a pic of sino na po ang nakagawa, anong divisions na ang maraming na ipasang output. Titingnan po natin yan based on the registered participants. Ipapakita po namin sa inyo yung mga output ng ilan. Ano lang po, tingin lang dahil tomorrow tatalakayin ito ni Sir Carlo. Hihimayin niya po isa-isa during our feedback. Marakas na marakas. Ayun pala. Marakas na marakas po ngayong umaga mula sa Bilara National High School, Batangas Province. Hello po sa mga taga Batangas Province. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. At sana po ay humihigop ka ngayon ng masarap na kaping barako, kaping Batangas. Ano po? Thank you po and good morning. It is important that we conduct assessment because we have a purpose for our pupils. May gagawin tayo para sa kanila, kaya tayo nag-assess. Hashtag Racas 2022. Maraming salamat po. And maganda rin na reminder ito ni Ma'am. Do not forget to share, take a picture of our session, and use the hashtag Racas 2022. Magandang umaga po, Ma'am. A goal without plan is like a dream. From Silangang Mayao Elementary School, SDO, Lucena City. Effective assessment results in an effective intervention. Ayan, so binabati rin po natin ang lahat ng ating mga top management ng bawat divisions, ang ating mga schools division superintendents, assistant schools division superintendents, ang ating mga CID chief at ang ating mga SGAD chief para po sa kanilang suporta. Okay po, kaya maraming salamat po para po sa inyong suporta sa ating mga teachers to join this kind of activity. Ano po, to really enhance the skills of our teachers. Lalo na nga po, at sabi nga sa message kahapon ng ating Racas presidents, we are going to embark on a new journey, on a new challenge this coming school year. This is another transition from the distance learning ng 2 taon. We will embrace our learners in a full implementation of the face-to-face. Kaya another transition for all of us to really go back to what we used to have and to do during our before pandemic, I should say. Okay po? Kaya naman magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Pakibati po lahat ng mga nasa Tagaytay. Hello po, good morning po sa lahat ng mga kasama dito po sa District of Tagaytay. At para po sa mga nanonood ngayon, ako po ay live from the city of Tagaytay mula po dito sa Francisco P. Tolentino Integrated High School. Kasama po ang ating TWG. Kaya palakpakan naman po natin at pusuan ng ating mga TWG, members ng ating Technical Working Group mula pa po noong July ay pinaghandaan kasama po ng mga officers ang paglalapat po ng ating flow of event para po sa ating 2 virtual workshop. Blessed Thursday morning, everyone. Watching from Lucena East, 1 Elementary School Division of Lucena City. Looking forward to another fruitful day. Hello po sa mga taga-Lucena. Talagang masisipag mag-comment at mag-attend ang ating mga taga-Lucena. Ang pagtataya ay hindi lamang sa numero na kabatay. Nararapat na tingnan rin natin ito sa holistikong paraan. Hashtag Marakas tayo. Thank you so much po. Tukuyin at alamin ang strong at weak points ng mga bata sa target competencies, then bigyan ng angkop na intervention from DCBE, SMNH, ang haba, SDO, Batangas Province. Ano po kayo yung DCBE, SMNHS? Ayan. Hashtag Racas, the discussion from yesterday was really beneficial in helping us become better teachers. Watching from SDO Quezon. Hello po sa mga taga Quezon. At sa ating mga kaibigan dyan, hello Sir Saldi. Ayan. Hashtag Racas, the discussion from yesterday was really beneficial. Ayun na yun. Kay Ma'am Chona Celino Nubio. Gandang Racas po sa ating lahat watching from SDO Lipa, Fernando Air Base Integrated National High School. Hello po ma'am sa mga taga Fernando Air Base Integrated National High School. Good morning po, watching from SDO Calamba City, Southville 6 Elementary School, #Racas. Ayan po. So keep your comments coming lang po at habang nagko-comment po kayo dyan, I'm also inviting everyone for our prayer this morning. And right after that, magkakaroon po muna tayo ng energizer. So mga karakas, maganda yung ginamit ng ating mga participants, mga karakas. Ngayong marakas na umaga, I am inviting everyone for our opening prayer and our exercise po ngayong umaga.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this meaningful gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Basta la Bizares Idol.
Fly high butterfly. Fly high butterfly.
Ayan, so inviting everyone po. Konting exercise muna tayo, paro-paro G.
Fly high butterfly. Fly high butterfly. Paru-paru G, papa paru-paru G. 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 Fly high butterfly. Fly high butterfly. Fly high butterfly. Fly high butterfly. Paru-paru G, papa paru-paru G. 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 Paru-paru G, papa paru-paru G.
Live love, party up now. Live love, party up now. Live love, party up now. Live love, party up now.
Ayan, so thank you so much po. Nakapag-pray na tayo and of course, ang ating morning exercise na hindi ko kinaya kaya nahiya ng kaunti, nag-out po. So good morning po ulit and welcome to our day 2 of the Regional Virtual Workshop on Assessment driven intervention. And yesterday we had our first speaker in the opening program. Dr. Carlo Magno shared with us the approaches on assessment, performance-based assessment based on solo taxonomy. Okay po? And right after the discussion, nag-iwan siya sa atin ng workshop, which is asynchronous, which will be discussed tomorrow on our final day. And today, we will have the topic approaches to assessment, portfolio assessment with another competent speaker. At para po makilala natin ang ating speaker for today, hello Barzon, let us all watch this.
Our speaker is the University Professor of the Philippine Normal University and currently the Dean of the PNU College of Graduate Studies and Teacher Education Research. She teaches courses on educational assessment, evaluation, statistics, and research from undergraduate to doctoral level. She obtained her degrees of Bachelor of Elementary Education with specialization in mathematics and Master of Arts in Education with specialization in Mathematics Education in PNU. She finished her PhD in Education with specialization in Educational Research and Evaluation at the University of the Philippines, Quezon City. She has been awarded as postdoctoral fellowship for leadership in research by the University of England, Australia in 2018. She graduated cum laude and awarded one of the 10 outstanding student teachers in the Philippines by Bailam Daheta. She has been a regional finalist in the Metrobank Search for Outstanding Teacher tertiary level in 2012. She has been a recipient of various competitive scholarships, fellowships, and academic and leadership awards at the institutional, regional, national, and international levels. She has been formally trained in educational evaluation at Simeo Rescam, Malaysia, professional education and research at Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane, Australia, and curriculum analysis by the International Association for the Evaluation of Educational Achievement in Warsaw, Poland. She has been a resource person in the areas of pedagogy, assessment and research in various educational institutions in the country and foreign countries like Brunei, Hong Kong, Thailand, Vietnam, Australia, and Myanmar. She has delivered research papers on educational assessment, teacher education, and internalization in international research conferences held in the Philippines, China, United Arab Emirates, United States of America, Spain, and United Kingdom, Taiwan, and Denmark. She has participated in international conferences, meetings, and benchmarking in Czech Republic, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Vienna, Indonesia, Madrid, Macau, Scotland, Canada, Denmark, and Germany. She has published books, chapters, and articles at the institutional, national, and international level in the areas of educational assessment, teacher education, and mathematics education. She has been a consultant in assessment of some national testing centers, government agencies, industries, board of examiners, and international non-government. She has held various leadership positions in the management of academic, research, linkages, and international programs and commissioned partnership projects of PNU like those with CHED, DepEd, World Bank, Australian Government, Simeo Innotech, Smart Communication Incorporated, Rex Institute for Student Excellence, Philippine Embassy in Myanmar, and Maritime Industry Authority. She has held various administrative positions in PNU in academic, research, and international linkages programs. The most recent was her being the Dean of the College of Flexible Learning and EPNU from June 17 to April 2020. She is currently the president of the Philippine Educational Measurement and Evaluation Association, has been the president of the United Professionals for the Development and Advancement of Teacher Education Incorporated, formerly known as the Philippine Association for Teachers of Educational Foundation for 8 years, and member of Philippines, National Research Council of the Philippines, and the American Educational Researcher Association, International Association for Educational Assessment, and National Council on Measurement in Education. Please welcome our speaker, Dr. Marlene Obiña Balagtas.
Can you see me? I could not hear you, sir.
You Balagtas from PNU.
Can you hear me?
Yes
Good
po,
morning,
ma'am.
sir. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Hindi po, ma'am. We just see yellow background po, ma'am.
Is there anything that I should do with the background so I could be seen?
Mm,
Never mind. I'll try to show my screen now. Let me see, maybe by sharing my screen. Share screen. How about my screen? Can you see? If you can't see me, but can you please let me know if you can see at least my screen?
yes po, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. I don't know what's happening too. Sorry. My camera is on, but I don't know why you can't see me. You were saying, sir, yellow lang po ang background, but I don't know what to click so you could see me. Anyway, thank you so much for that introduction. Is it all right to proceed, or should I fix my gadget first? Is it important for me to be seen by the audience? Let me know.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
need to
Maybe it
fix.
is better if our participants could see who Dr. Marilyn is po, ma'am, para maging
Yeah, I
familiar
don't.
din po ang ating mga po. Sige
Actually,
po,
I
ma'am.
can't enter my office yet because I left my office inside my room. I sorry, I left the key inside the office. So I still have to wait for my staff to come to open the office so I could enter and probably be in a better place as I'm only staying in our conference room while waiting for our staff to come. Now try to turn it off then turn it on again. All right, let me check first.
I think, ma'am, leave the studio first again, ma'am, and then when you
Okay.
enter the broadcast, there will be settings there for camera, and then kindly check, ma'am, the settings for camera once you enter. And while Ma'am Marilyn is fixing, ayan po, so which camera
So
to be used, ma'am?
settings. Uh, okay. Mirror my camera. Mirror my camera ba? High definition. High definition. Is it?
Ma'am,
And
yung
then
sa,
let me see. Can you see me?
yeah. Yes, ma'am. Better, ma'am.
All right. All right. Sorry
Thank you
for
so
that.
much, ma'am.
Thank you for your assistance. All right. So magandang umaga po. buwan ng wika daw tayo kaya tayo magtatagalog po, no? But maraming salamat po, no, sa napaka-generous po na introduction po kanina. At of course, maraming salamat din po kay Dr. Elpidia B. Bergado for the Racas President and CID Chief of Cavite Division for this invitation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your trust in me. To Dr. Ana Marie Sarmiento Aranzanso, thank you too for facilitating my needs, no, in this particular engagement. I understand you scheduled me supposed to be for the 3 days, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. But I really apologize that I cannot be with you in those three straight days, as my job is different from the time when you engage me, no? Noon po kasi ako po ay naka-sabbatical leave, so I could be with you for a longer time. But today, this period po kasi I'm the Dean of the College of Flexible Learning. Ay, sorry, not the dean. That was the old college. I'm currently the dean of the College of Graduate Studies and Teacher Education Research. And this period is really very crucial to us, as all the theses and dissertations of students will have to pass through my office for my signature. And so before I fix my signature, I need to read all of those, especially the ones applying for graduation. So medyo next coming weeks po ay aming commencement exercises. And of course, the students cannot graduate without my signature in their paper. But I cannot just simply affix my signature to without reading their paper. So that's critical. My role is in this period. That's why I begged off from my engagement with you this long. And I'm grateful to my colleague, Dr. Carlo Magno, for taking over. And of course, to all of you too, for your understanding that I can only be with you for a certain period, for a shorter period, no? Not as set in the original plan. I heard, doc, if I hear it right, I heard the focus yesterday, was it about performance-based assessment? Medyo nalito na po ako. Was it about performance-based assessment, and there was already an introduction to solo? Tama po ba? So I will be redundant to you because today's session, I thought I should integrate all the different approaches in assessing learning through, of course, a framework that could harmonize all of them, or a framework that could be integrated in all of them. And that's why I refocused my session to calling it integrative assessment, which could be done. It's something we could do by integrating the solo framework, not only in test development, if that was the focus yesterday, but also in performance-based assessment, if that was also covered yesterday, and also in portfolio assessment. And just so I could be able to cover everything, as I can only be with you this morning, and for your afternoon session, I will just give you a task, and I hope the output is something that could be covered tomorrow by Dr. Carlo for your presentation and critiquing. This will be my guide question. So there are three that I intend to cover. First is to explain to you why I decided to come up with an assessment approach that I will be calling it as integrative approach to assessing learning. And maybe recalling, as you were already introduced to the solo framework, recalling the solo framework that Dr. Carlo Magno has already introduced, as I heard, no, yesterday, and how to design integrative assessment in the context of performance-based and portfolio assessment. All right, so these are the three, and of course, you have to bear in mind that the overall intention, especially when we get in the afternoon, is to design an integrative assessment using the SOLO framework. Uh, okay lang kaya? Is there a way to maybe my plan is to get to understand who are listening to me. I was informed that all key stages are here. I mean, all teachers in key stages are here. Hello po, Ma'am LP. Good morning po. Ma'am, try to... okay na po ba ako? May issue pa po ba? Alright. Thank you rin po. Is it alright, sir? Sorry, sir. Sir, I came in a little bit late, no? May I know who's facilitating? I just typed in the chat box. Where should I type in? The link to the form that I want you to respond to first, so I get to understand who are listening to me. Sorry, ibang platform po medyo sanay po kasi ako sa MS Teams, sa Zoom, or sa Google Meet. Kaya I used to see people at least on screen, but now I could not see anyone. So I will just be looking at the chat box. Can somebody, Ma'am LP, Ma'am, how's that? Ma'am, we will post it sa FB group. All right po. Ma'am, to all the viewers, sorry, I think I forgot to greet all the viewers in FB. Sa FB po pala. Sa FB po pala ang mga audience ko. Pasensya na po, no? Ngayon ko lang po nalaman na it's going to be via StreamYard. So, how could I see that? I hope you are already accessing the form. So how could I see you in the FB so I know you are engaged? Should I say join group? All right. Join group. Maybe you need 5 minutes to answer the form. Please confirm that you could see it. This is a private group pala, Ma'am Ana Marie. I need permission to access the group. So how do I know? Sir? Our MC,
Hello
sir,
po.
sorry, may I know your name, sir?
Greg po, ma'am. Greg
Sir
Sanggalang po.
Greg. Sir Greg
Yes,
Sanggalang,
ma'am.
thank you, no, for assisting me. So was the link to the form posted already in the FB? Can we start with that first?
Yes, ma'am.
So,
The form is already, ma'am, on our screen also, ma'am, being shown to our
all right.
viewers.
And was it also sent to the FB para
Yes,
madali
ma'am.
nila? Yeah, I am trying to access your FB so I could see the interaction, kung meron mang interaction or comments. But I think this is a private group pala, no?
Ma'am, you can,
So,
ma'am, request po, then we will accept po.
apo, I did the request already. So maybe somebody has to accept me so I could enter the group, the FB group. So I could see the interaction. But anyway, if this is really exclusive to you, then that's okay. I'll probably just look at my screen again so I know that you are responding.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, let me check. As my slide is on, Sir Greg, just
Yes,
notify
ma'am.
me if there is a problem, no, with my screen or with with what we are doing. So clear naman po, sir, ang voice ko? Okay naman
Yes
po?
po, ma'am. Clear po,
All
ma'am.
right. So thank you so much to the six of you who have already responded to this short survey. This is actually my way of knowing if I have people, no, I have audience, no, that my listeners or viewers are engaged. So thank you for, oh, I could see 25 responses already. So thank you for that. Let's go over your responses. Sir Greg, nakikita niyo po yung MS form that I'm showing?
Yes po, ma'am.
All right, that's good. So, who are then listening to this webinar? Uh, lapit lang natin ha. Mostly teacher 1, 46 of them. Teacher 3, 24. Ay, ang dami nyo pala, no? 86 na.
Ma'am, we are expecting at least 5,000 participants, ma'am. And as of
That
today, we
many!
already have 4,000 viewers, ma'am.
Oh my God, I didn't know about that. Naku, di ang dami nyo na pala nakaka sa aking kapalpakan dito, no? Sorry for that.
That hindi
Uh,
naman po, ma'am. That's part of our the technical problem, use of technology, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. I was not
So,
informed ahead of time of the platform. So, ayan po. So, medyo
our apology po,
assist
ma'am.
me na
Our
lang po.
apology.
Assist me na lang po, no? Pag may
Yes po,
problem.
ma'am.
Okay.
And the
So, to all
responses,
the
ma'am, are
4,000 plus teachers,
increasing.
oh
Yes, ma'am.
yes, that's good. 195. Ayan. I'm glad you are responding, teachers and master teachers too. They are also represented. We don't have principal in the audience. But we have higher position not in the list. Right. So attendance check na ba ito, sir? I could share the results with you. This one, I can send the link. Well, you have the form as well, right? You have the link to the form, and then I'll
Yes.
download this so I can share this with you, so you can check who participated. No? So ilalagay ko po mamaya sa Google Drive. I prepared a Google Drive so you could access my materials after my presentation.
Thank you so much po, ma'am.
Oo, sige. Or YouTube. Baka sa YouTube, pwede kong tingnan, ano? Wala pa sa Facebook.
Ma'am,
Pero mas
accepted
marami,
na raw.
sir, sa FB.
Opo, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, accepted na raw po kay ma'am sa FB.
Mas maganda FB, sir, kaysa YouTube ako pupunta. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
check na ba ito, sir?
Watching. Hello, everyone. Uy, estudyante ko ata ito, si May and Riz. Yeah, I think they are my students. Okay, so maraming salamat po. Nandito kayo. Tingnan natin. So, 629 na. So, tingnan na natin po, no? So, ang common response ay nasa teacher level, 1 to 3. Pinakamarami, teacher 1. So, dapat marami nang i-promote dito, no? Kasi teacher 1, syempre, next level, teacher 2 and 3 and so on. But we have master teachers too. Thank you for joining us. In terms of gender, wow, talaga naman, mga female ang nagdo-dominate pa rin, no? Sa professional development programs. Kasi marami po talaga ang female sa field na ito.
Ang
In
buti po
terms of
hindi po makikita dyan kung sino ang single na attendees.
ano ba?
Joke lang,
Kailangan ko
ma'am.
ba tanungin? Okay. Sige. Palagay ko, sir, popular din yun. Ano? Kung sakasakali. Ganyan ka-dedicated ang mga teachers, no? They are married to their profession. and they see their students as their children already. So in terms of years in the teaching profession, in the service, I think yung pinakamarami ay 6 to 10 years. Wow. So sir, mukhang these are already developing themselves into becoming, or if they are already highly proficient, hindi kaya sa 4 career stages in the teaching profession. So maybe with the number of years that most of you are in the service, nasa building na ba high proficiency, the career stage 3 and career stage 4. All right, thank you so much for all your responses. Meron pang more than 20 years. Nako, mukhang mga kasama na dyan ng aking classmate, no? Okay, the highest degree, meron tayong 6 na may doctorate degree na. And then, yung madami ay with units na, very good. May master's degree na rin, yung 211 plus. Wow, 1,037. Totoo ka nga siya, pero sabi mo 4,000 no? So, dadami pa to talaga. Wow, napaka-rich ng data na ito. Sana pala nagbigay ako ng test. Sana dinagdagan ko. Hindi ko alam na na-cover na pala ang solo. Meron akong test nun eh. Sana, dinagdag ko na lang yun pala. I should have added the test on solo. Anyway, how are you at the moment? Well, let's look at the rest. I am ready to learn new things. Nako, sana may new things kayo mapulot sa akin. Oh my God, I'm a bit tired. Listening to lectures, oh my God, paano yan? It's going to be like a lecture again. 24 of you are tired, so maybe you have to help yourself while listening to me. Do something. Aerobics kayo in your place, no? Or while seated. So, sige, just help yourself. But I hope you could find a way to comfort you if you feel a bit tired. Then, I think you can, oh my God, wala na. What happened? Hindi na kaya-kaya, baka masyado ng marami, no? Patay, nawala. Hindi ko pa tapos i-analyze ang data. Baka 1,000 lang ang kaya ng form ko. Hindi ako prepared ata sa 1,000. Oh my God, nawala na. Ano nangyari? Oh my God. Hindi na niya ata kaya yung capacity. I'm sorry. I hope I could still, hindi ko pa nababasa mga responses niyo na wala na. How's that? Let me check. Where is that form? Why is it not visible anymore? So, mga kaguro, pasensya na po ha. May mga information na akong hindi ko inalam. Pasensya na, busy po eh. Talagang gabi na po ako umuwi. And I checked my assignment only last night. Not working. Aha. I need to read your background. Anyway, let's see. Saan na ba yun? Use of solo. Training. Ito yun. O ata yun, ano? Talagang hindi makita. Bakit kaya? For a while lang po ha, baka I need to, it's my account. Baka meron pong limit, ano? Tingnan ko lang po kung, so anyway, oh my God, I can't see anymore the slides. So sige po, pasensya na po, no? Hindi ko maipakita sa inyo. Alam ko po, nandyan kayo. So, I will open my office. Thank you. I will enter. Is it open? Okay. Thank you. Sige po, i-walk through ko lang muna. Pasensya na, lilipat na po ako sa office ko po, ha? Kasi magra-run out na po ng battery. Pasensya na. Malolobat po ako kapag hindi po ako sa office ko. So, pasensya na po. Sir Greg, okay ba kayo dyan? I will move now. Okay na po ba? Pasensya na ha. Sir Greg,
Yes
nandiyan
po,
ka pa
ma'am.
ba? Okay.
Yes po, ma'am.
So, yung mga participants, na-accept po ba ang form o hindi na rin? Nag-shut off ba? Ay, yung mga
Let
hindi
me
pa pala
check.
nakaka-access. Baka mamaya po I'll fix that. Anyway, so sige po, let me proceed. My apology for this inconvenience. So, first, I would like to explain what I meant here when I say integrative assessment. So, I'm sharing a constitutive definition of integrative assessment as I cited this from Lancaster University of this year. And it says there in their website as they promote integrative assessment that this refers to the design that seeks to combine students' learning from multiple modules and or levels into a single assessment. And then from Wu in 2014 in his research, it also focuses on integrative assessment, and that is referred to as an authentic, engaging, and scaffolding that requires embedding learning with real-world practice, both for formative and summative purposes. In our context here, in our discussion here, integrative assessment is something I will illustrate in three assessment approaches. So since our session focuses on assessment approaches, of course, the highlight of our session is on portfolio assessment, which to me is the most authentic among the different forms of assessment because it encompasses what can be done in traditional assessment. The outputs of performance based could also be encompassed, no, or something documented in a portfolio assessment. So I'm showing here the degree of authenticity of the different assessment approaches. If your session yesterday focuses on solo, I heard, no, and performance-based assessment, that's fine. That means these are indeed assessment approaches, and then I will walk you through again, no, in all those approaches, so I could transition you to portfolio assessment. Now, as I heard something about your session, Sir Greg, is there a way for us to know or to hear one or two of the participants? Wala, no? To share what I heard some insights, no, kanina when I entered, but may I just know at least what happened in yesterday's session? Ano po yung na-discuss para lang alam ko kung ano ang dapat na i-stress ko o ano ang hindi. Kasi I might be redundant to you. I wanted to see that in the form, but unfortunately, the form function, no, it cannot be open. So I have no way to know where you are when it comes to what I intend to cover. So can somebody tell us, at least give me an idea of what transpired in yesterday's session?
Actually, ma'am, during yesterday's session, Dr. Carlo requested three participants wherein directly he guided the viewers on how to do the rapid literacy assessment, particularly in
Literacy.
yes, particularly in reading, ma'am, wherein he shared that, and all, of course, in providing intervention and remediation, he shared with the viewers the right process on crafting the intervention, which should always be aligned on really the needs of our learners, ma'am. That's the really the main focus of yesterday because
Okay.
he used
Okay.
our participants and during the process. The processing is with the participants. He presented data, and then our participants were able to come up and really realize how to decide on what to give to our learners.
All right. So thank you so much. I think wala naman masyadong overlap. But let me know
Yes.
later on, no, when you see my slides, if are overlaps. And will there be a chance too for me to know the responses if ever, because I have anyway, I have activities here that would require a response, so maybe they will just put in the chat, ano no, chat pane or comment section dun sa FB yung mga sagot nila. Ganun ba tayo dito, sir? That's how
Yes
they
po, ma'am.
will interact with us.
Yes, ma'am. And we
All right.
could flash on the screen their comments. And if there is a need, ma'am, for me to read, then I'll read it for you po, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, sige, kindly just assist me then. So, this is how we will work in this session. So, I'll start first with how we can make integrative assessment applicable when it comes to test development. So, kung ano man yung mga literacy test na nabanggitin nyo doon, this could be targeted to, no, when we talk about integrative assessment. Then I'll emphasize the other two approaches with focus on portfolio, performance-based and portfolio assessment. So let's talk about the solo framework first, as this is something I am integrating in all the three approaches that I mentioned, from traditional to performance-based to portfolio assessment. So if you've heard solo, this is not my framework. This is something I adopt, no, and integrate in my practice of assessing students' learning. And I add this framework to what we are accustomed to, no? And I'm referring to the revised Bloom's taxonomy as another framework. So combining the two of them will make assessment more integrative, as you will be covering more dimensions of students' learning. So this is a good framework that can tell us the levels of understanding of the students, the levels of their proficiency, the levels of their competence. It is not new, as you can see, it has been popularized in 1982, which is even older, no? 2 decades older than the revised Bloom's taxonomy. But I think it was not very much known in the Philippines. It was not that popular as compared to the revised Bloom's taxonomy. Maybe because the teachers, no, in the field and the educators themselves too, no, are not exposed to the same framework. Siyempre, whatever you gain in your teacher education institution, that is most likely what you will also bring with you when you start practicing the skills and the competencies that you were equipped with when you were taking up your degree. So that is the consequence, no? And so I understand, because even I myself, I've not encountered this when I was being trained to become a teacher 3 decades ago. Classmate ko po si Dr. Aranzanzo. So hindi po na-introduce ito sa amin. But I learned about Colliers and Biggs framework when I directed the Philippine National Research Center for Teacher Quality. So you have probably heard RCTU, the research center in the Philippine Normal University that is co-managed by University of New England, which is a research center in the university funded by the Australian government. And I was the inaugural director of that center. So I headed the center in its first 4 years of existence. And in that center, we made use of the SOLO framework when we developed assessment tools for teachers in different subject areas, which we use in our study on the TDNS Teacher Development Needs Study. We also use it in the pre-service teacher development needs study. We also use in the World Bank study involving math, science, Filipino, Araling Palipunan teachers, no, many years ago. Yung PET study, QDS, PETS QDS ng World Bank, the assessment component of that I directed that project too, and we used the solo framework in the design of our tool. So that was the time when I encountered solo, and the center was established in 2022, 2012 rather, in 2012. And it was established in 2012 September. That was the foundation month of the university. And but it was launched, it was open to the public with its announcement of its agenda February of the following year. So doon talagang solo po, and then this led us to the development of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, kasi the inputs from the teachers' assessment of their competencies and the assessment that we did on their competencies in different subject areas contributed to our design of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, which was an improvement of the national competency-based teacher standards. But di po ba doon sa NCBTS dati, sa mga 2 decades na nandito na sa teaching profession, di po ba wala namang domain 1 doon, no? Yung content knowledge and pedagogy. So kaya pumasok yung content knowledge and pedagogy sa PPST, kasi we found out that there is a need to strengthen the teacher content knowledge and pedagogy, which we were able to capture in the design of our assessment following the structure of observed learning outcomes. So maybe you could have already an idea sa PPST, di ba? May career stages, may from beginning teacher to proficient to highly proficient, distinguished teacher. So parang ganun din po ang solo framework. May mga levels of understanding sa test development, yun po ang term niya. Pwede rin po ito sa curriculum development. Okay, so that's what we will be reviewing muna. So when we talk about solo, there are 5 stages here. The first stage is the null set, no? Po yung wala ka pang alam. It's like when I asked you a question and you did not respond, of course, I have no way to gauge your level of understanding as you did not respond. And that is what this symbol tells us, as there's nothing there that you could see. So that means you are pre-structural. The structure begins when you say something, when you respond to me. So if I ask you a question and you respond, I will listen to your response and gauge whether your response makes sense or it indicates that you know something. If the response tells you know one idea na clearly unknown idea na acceptable to the one listening to you and could speak of what you really know, then I could say if it's obviously just one idea that is something I could infer is right, then your way of responding or that kind of response captured no in this exercise could tell your level of understanding is unistructural. It could also be possible that I asked you a question and you have a lot to say. So as I listen to your response, I could see, tama yung point niya yan. Then as I keep on listening to you, tama rin siya sa point na yon. And you continue to respond and elaborate your ideas. Oh, I could see. Tapos merong biglang, sa dami ng sinabi mo, may mukhang loophole, parang merong disconnect. So, marami siyang alam pero hindi niya pa kayang i-harmonize lahat ng ideas niya kasi may inconsistency siya doon sa sinabi niya. So that is like multi-structural. You have a lot of ideas to say. They are all most of them are correct, but there is still a need to improve on something, to correct a misconception so that this could be clearly indicative of deep understanding. And that is when you see the connection between and among the ideas na you said and put them into one whole idea. And that is like reaching a higher level called relational. As you can see in the symbol, all layers, all ideas are linked to one whole. So they are all connected para kita yung kabuuan. So, our goal in assessing learning is to ensure that students are capable of connecting everything that they learn from one course within the course. Dapat na i-connect nila no lahat ng competencies within and across that same course or across subject areas. Pwede kasing mag-jump from one subject area to another. So, makita yung connection. And that's what we mean here by integrative, no? Para makita ng mga estudyante, ano ba kabuluhan ng, bakit kailangan ito yung mga subject areas na pinag-aaralan natin sa school? Is one connected with another? Or are they all connected to how you should perform or survive in this world? So, dun dapat ang direction, no? So, if in the end, for example, looking at the very purpose of the basic education, hindi po ba the K-12 program was designed to develop holistically the learners and to equip them with 21st century skills and to make them locally and globally competitive. So, dapat yung lahat ng mga individual subject areas na yan, dapat ay malinaw sa kanila ang direction na after attacking all of this individually, kasi may kanya-kanya kayong iniisip na subject area to contribute or to handle, sana they are all geared towards helping the students to grow holistically, balance in all areas, and be able to stand on their own feet and survive and have a good life and be able to compete, no, not only locally but globally, no. So yun po yung mga goal natin dito sa relational. And of course, if you could even surpass that expectation, you can do more than what you were trained on. You can translate what you've learned in school to other contexts. Then that could be extended abstract, as illustrated here, no, graphically. What we are targeting for us to be contented or happy about the performance of our students is that we should be able to get a response from them which is correct and acceptable. And that is like saying, dapat nasa relational level yung klase ng response na naririnig natin. If not, kung ang response nila ay nasa unistructural or multi-structural, that is where I heard the intervention, linked to the intervention. That's where you need to intervene. You need to correct once whatever the misconceptions are so that the students will end up, going home with clear understanding of the value of what they learned in school. So talagang iaangat mo sila. Kaya nga medyo layers ito kasi ibig sabihin, one at a time, ang goal mo ay if they get higher up to extended abstract. So, ito po yung symbols uli na nagagamitin natin. Pre-structural, so when translated now in text, that's like saying, I'm not sure about this subject. But once you start acquiring ideas, one idea would mean unistructural. Bawa sa lesson natin dito at meron kang baon. If I'll ask you, anong take away mo? Ang dami mong sinabi, no? So, baka nasa multi-structural yun or alam mo na yung i-discuss natin o baka nasa relational ka na or you could even help me take care, no? Take my place or help me co-facilitate. So, baka nandoon ka na sa extended abstract, no? So, yun po yung pwedeng mangyari. Now, when we talk about solo in test development or test construction, pwede po siya magamit in structuring not the questions but the responses to the questions. So, kung pag-uusapan natin, ano ang basis natin sa pagtatanong? That is where you need to refer to the revised Bloom's taxonomy. If your question is about remembering, edi you ask questions about facts. Yung mga ganon, kasi facts are usually remembered or recalled. So, ang pagtatanong, hindi si solo yun. Pero yung mga paraan ng pagsasagot o yung i-analyze mo yung sagot sa tanong, you can use solo for as a guide for your analysis. So rubrics then, you can make use of solo in designing rubrics. So may tanong, open-ended halimbawa ang tanong, so marami ka na elicit na responses, so ngayon i-analyze mo yung responses nila. Paano mo i-analyze? You structure the responses. And how do you structure them? Gawa ka ng rubric para ma-systematize ang analysis mo of their responses. So that's how Solo could contribute to the design of test development when responses are constructed or open-ended. So in other words, Solo could describe the degree of correctness of responses, whether they are responses in a multiple choice or forced choice formats or open-ended formats. Pwede niya po mag-gauge yun. It can also be used for scoring, for the interpretation and communication of test results. So I mentioned this already, but I'm just showing you here yung another presentation, no, where you could link, no, the different levels of understanding and the codes that are usually used to represent them. So pwedeng pag nag-coding tayo, sabihin ko P, it refers to pre-structural. Pag U, unistructural. M, multi-structural, relational, and so on. And then the meaning, andito nabanggit ko na rin naman po yung you're not sure about the topic or you just know one about that topic or several ideas but you cannot connect them well as one whole, like multi-structural, but linking them together is relational, then extended abstract, going beyond it or thinking of something new and different in a different way. Now, as I said, when we teach or assess, we should target at least the relational. No, you can go beyond that if you want, but there are requirements for us to be able to capture the EA or the extended abstract level. I'm also showing here, so it's the same thing. Ito lang yung dinagdag ko, levels of proficiency. And why am I adding that? I think we need to make sure, no, that every time we assess, kahit isang item lang yan, that should be interpreted in terms of the level of proficiency that students demonstrate in the way they respond. Usually kasi, pag nag-a-assess in the old time, o siguro practice nyo rin yun, bawa may tanong, right or wrong lang. Di ba? So, kung right, proficient. Kung wrong, not proficient. Ganun ang interpretation. Kasi nga right, mali, 0. Tama, 1 point. So, binary siya. Alam mo lang, proficient siya pag tama at alam mo lang, not proficient siya kapag mali. Pero ang totoo, minsan, iba-iba yung level of correctness ng responses. Merong totoo walang alam, sa may konting alam, sa muntik na, marami na siyang alam pero nearing the proficiency level. So, hindi nakaka-capture yung in-between. Kaya tuloy, minsan, one size fits all ang instruction natin kasi nga, i-assume mo lahat sila hindi alam or i-assume mo lahat ay alam. Hindi na natin na-differentiate ang instruction kasi wala tayong basis kundi yung alam at hindi alam. So yung parang hindi na nag-a-apply, no, yung differentiation na sometimes there are students who need little guidance, not so much, pero naman talagang need talaga nila si teacher, and that's where the teacher really has to exert effort or time to closely monitor the child. So para hindi nauubos ang time ng mga estudyante na nakikinig sa iyo sa lengthy discussion mo, lengthy lecture mo na kahit alam niya na, assess them using the Solo framework so you know where they are. Kung proficient na pala sila, baka pwede mo na silang bigyan ng independent learning, do independent or modular instruction na sila na lang, pero yung mga may need, no, na more of your assistance o sila yung baka hindi enough yung module, kailangan talaga may nag-explain sa kanila. So sila ang tututukan mo. So ito po ang Solo, kahit sa bawat tanong meron na agad structure. You can already readily tell kung proficient ang bata, not so proficient, or somewhat proficient, or nearly proficient. So, now you could see the level. And now, if we talk about the test formats, ano ang pwedeng maabot, no? Kayang i-construct at kaya rin i-communicate agad in terms of format. Kung multiple choice ang ginagamit nyo sa test nyo, imagine nyo ay isang 4 na choices, usually, ang pinakamataas na kaya nyong abutin, kahit sabihin nyo pang 5 choices yan, ang pinakamataas na kaya lang i-represent ng multiple choice ay proficient, ay relational, which is like saying, hanggang proficient lang ang kaya niyang maabot. But if you want to know the students more and in a better form, then give them constructed response test. Para yung standard mo, alam mo, ito yung expected answers ko, no? So that's relational. Pag nakita mo, wow, grabe, ang daming sinabi ng estudyante, meron kang gauge kung kaya niya pang mag-go beyond what you believe in is right. And that is where we say the student is highly proficient. So why am I saying this? If we talk about improving assessment as our way of improving students' proficiency as a response to learning crisis, no, determined or consistently revealed by the results of international large-scale assessments. Look at the ILSAs, international scale assessments. They are not only using one format. It's not only multiple choice. There is a blend of multiple choice and constructed response. So dapat po, ang practice natin, kung mag-a-assess rin lang naman tayo at i-improve po natin ang mga test natin, wag pong multiple choice lang. Kasi nalilimitahan po ang na susukat, no, ang sinusukat ninyo hanggang sa proficiency lamang. Dapat po ay medyo open para tingnan natin hanggang saan ang kakayahan ng ating estudyante. So, i-combine. Now, learning from PISA, for example, sa PISA, ang format, 2/3 ay multiple choice, 1/3 ay constructed response. Ganun po ba tayo? Hindi magandang lahat multiple choice, di po ba? Kasi may limitasyon. Pero hindi rin naman practical, no? Maganda man, pero hindi rin practical na lahat constructed response. Hindi po natin kakayanin na mag-check kung sa dami ng estudyante natin kung laging constructed response. Baka maubos ang time natin sa pagmamarka pa lang. O baka wala nang time na magmarka o magbasa talaga kasi sobrang dami ng binabasa mo at sa dami ng estudyante mo. So, balance is the answer to that. Learn to manage your time by combining the two formats and maybe more on multiple choice but also give some items that could allow you to have a good gauge of what your students could do more. So that's where constructed response is needed. When you do that, you need to differentiate to your scores. Pag alam mo multiple choice ay madali, no? Kasi madali in the sense na ang mga bata pwedeng sumagot kahit hindi nila alam ang talagang sagot. They could just choose from any of the choices. So, yung level of difficulty in terms of how to respond could be more easier, no? Yung multiple choice compared to constructed response. Kaya, may mga options ka dapat sa scoring. Huwag mong ipareho yung scoring sa multiple choice dun sa constructed response. And you will probably say, of course, alam namin yan. But when I say scoring, differentiated ang scoring. Kung meron kang option na representing A, pre-structural, or B, unistructural, C, multi-structural, and D, relational, dapat scorean mo yon according to the level of understanding of the student. So, merong 0 ang score sa isang test item and in that test item, yung iba, let's say na B, 1 point, yung C ay 2 points, yung tama ay 3 points. Yung ganun po ang ibig kong sabihin dito. Okay? Now, these are examples. Let me just check kung ano ba ang aking ginagamit ng slides. Okay. So, skip ko na lang ibang slides. Kasi, kasusulat ko ito sa inyo. I-hide ko lang po, no? So, ngayon, dito muna tayo. Okay. So, I'll give you an example of questioning in a test that is in constructed response format. Tingnan natin ang mga sagot ng mga more than 4,000 na nakikinig sa akin. If you've seen these slides in the past, siguro mas perfect na kayo ngayon. No? O sige. Here is the stimulus. I want to know the response to this question. The data here are real. I took them from the United Nations GEO scheme, Worldometers COVID-19 data on June 30, 2021. So that's more than a year ago. And at that time, kainitan ng COVID, USA is here, 1. The total number of COVID cases ay 34 million. And at that time sa Philippines, about 1.4 million. Siyempre, as you are asked to give the percent of the population of the USA that got infected of COVID-19 and to compare that with the Philippines, you need to look at the population. So, 34 million as against 33 million, about that figure. While in the Philippines, about 1.4 million got COVID as compared entire population of 111 Filipinos. So, ano po ang sagot nyo ngayon dito? Sige po, isulat nyo nga po sa chat box or sa comment section. Ano ang sagot nyo po dito? Tignan natin.
Good morning po, watching from SWA.
Sir, sasagot naman sila, no? Ay, hala. Sir, kahapon pala itong tinitingnan ko, sir. May sumasagot ba, sir? Sir Greg, andiyan ka ba, sir? Yesterday pala itong tinitingnan ko. Ulit ako.
Tinitingnan na po namin, ma'am, yung answer po ng nag-iintay po
sige.
tayo.
Okay.
So, our dear participants, so kindly comment your response.
Sige po, okay lang. Okay natin. Kahapon pala itong live na to. Ay, saan ba? Ganun. Mali ang tinitingnan ko, sir. Kahapon ata ito. Tingnan ko sana yung reaction niyo dito ngayon. Well, but sabi po this live video has ended. Ay, sorry. Hindi ko ata makita ang current. One day ago.
May sumagot po ng in percentage po almost same lang po na plus 1%.
Saan ba makikita? Dali lang, sir, hinahanap ko yung video nyo ngayon, current.
Ipipin po namin, ma'am, para yun po kagad yung nasa taas.
Saan ko makita?
Doon po mismo sa page kataasan po. Yung una pong nakapost ngayon, ma'am. Yan po.
Sige, kasi ayan. Ayan, nakikita ko na, sir. So, ayan. So, let me check saan ba yung chat box para makita ko. Nasa mobile phone ako tumitingin. Ibutang iikot yung aking cellphone. Dali. Makita ang chat. Sa chat box ba natin dito makikita rin? Hindi. Hindi
Ito po,
ano?
ma'am, naka-flash po sa screen ngayon, ma'am.
Ah, ah, almost same lang. Isa pa lang ang sumagot, sir?
Marami na po, ma'am. USA
Ah,
got,
marami
ito po,
na?
ma'am, may nagsagot na USA got
Ah,
10% while
okay.
the Philippines had 1% thus. US is 9% higher than the Philippines. From Irene
Okay.
Makasahe.
So,
And
salamat
then,
po sa mga sumagot.
may
Ah,
nagsagot
okay.
din po,
Ayun.
ma'am, ng 10.37, 1.26, almost 9% higher in US than than in Philippines.
Ayan, salamat. Okay. Good morning. Okay, so maraming salamat. Yan, contracted COVID and one per infected.
From
Okay.
Rose Ingrid po, ma'am. USA
All
has
right.
10.37% and Philippines has
All right.
12.68%.
Okay, so very good. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng mga nagsagot. I could see now the Facebook and all your responses here. So, tingnan po natin. So, assuming kunin, ito yung mga sagot ng mga kinuha ko sa dati, no? Sa mga nag-respond dito sa same question ko. A student 1 answered this way. Yung Philippines daw ay 0.01268. Tapos nilagyan niya ng percent. And then yung USA, 0.1037%. Tama ba yun? Tama ba? Is this correct? Sa mga sumagot, siyempre, obviously, hindi kayo pareho. Ano? Eh, itong number 2 kaya, student 2, tama kaya siya? May kapareho na ba sa inyo? Parang meron. May nakikita akong kapareho. US, ayan, may mga sagot. Mukhang pareho, may mga kapareho ng nakikita ko dito. O, ito naman, is this correct? Ano yung difference nyo dito? Itong student 2, sinubtract niya yung 10.37 sa 1.27. So parang merong ganong sa inyo na nagsabi, ayun, 9 Philippines is lesser by 9% than US. Tama naman yun, ano? Or ito lang, is this student correct? Parang meron din ganito sumagot lang. USA, 10%. Dinrap niya na yung decimals, okay lang yun. While the Philippines, 1.27. So, parang nakaka-capture ko yung mga sagot ng mga nandito. Ang galing. O, meron naman sumagot. Ito ang nilagay niya. Meron ba sa inyo? After computing the equivalent percent of the population of the USA that got infected, sinabi niya dito, 10.37% of the population of USA got infected of COVID-19 compared to the Philippines with only 1.27. So parang may tama, no? May ganito rin na sagot. What about this one? Okay, so ito po yung mga sagot na. So if we talk about all these possible responses, tingnan nyo na lang po ang mga sagot ninyo. Ano kaya ang best answer among the 4 that I captured here? Which of the following responses do you think represents or shows the most correct, no? Or the best answer? Is it student 1? O change your answers na po. I'm changing my question now. Who among the 4 students gave the correct and best answer? Okay po, yung mga nag-compute. Is it student 1? Parang nire-represent niya rin ito, yung mga sagot ninyo. Is it student 2? Is it student 3 or student 4? Sige, look at the screen again. Ayan, may sumagot na si Ma'am Neslin. Ibig sabihin, nakikinig talaga siya, no? Kasi alam niya, si Ma'am Melody, student 4 din. Alright, so thank you so much. Student 4 daw ang pinakamaganda ang sagot. I agree with you kasi mas complete yung sagot niya, diba? So, hindi sila pare-pareho ng paraan ng pagsasagot, pero may mga makikita kayo na difference and levels of understanding on the problem. And this is what we need to capture when we talk about the solo framework. So if we apply now, so we have to understand the thinking behind student one's response. So looking at student one's response, one could say that this student knows how to compute the rate, but does not know how to express this in percent. So this is more on a competency of computing rate and percent. And the student seems to know only how to compute the rate, but not how to express this in percent. While student 2 knows both, no? Sabi niya, this student knows how to compute the rate and how to express it in percent, but misunderstood the problem as it does not require subtraction. Although may mga ilan sa inyo na binanggit nila 9.1% higher yung isa than the other, that is actually good. Kaya lang hindi kasi niya in-explain bakit kailangang mag-subtract. Wala kasing explanation. Katulad ng mga nakita ko dito na the USA is 9.1% higher than the Philippines. Sana may ganong explanation. Basta sinubtract nyo na lang without any explanation. And that's why we can readily tell na talagang this student knows what he or she is doing. Student B, yun lang, parang pareho sa student 2, kaya lang wala yung subtraction na ginawa. While student 4, in-state niya para mas malinaw. That's where one said here that the population of USA compared to the Philippines is really higher. Now, alin po sa solo levels ang nire-represent ng mga sagot na ito? Ika na, wala na naman yung comment. Yan. The student 4 is the best. You are right. So, kung lalagyan natin ngayon ng code using the solo framework, one should be able to tell that because the student 1, the first student knows only how to put using the rate but not using percent, kaya unistructural yan. But student 2 and student 3 both are multi-structural. She's here na. Okay. Ayan po, no? So, I hope nakita nyo po yung difference. Relational po. Relational yung number 4. Kaya siya po yung best. Ayan. Salamat po. Nagre-respond po kayo. Now, ang tanong. This is a constructed response test. How will extended abstract look like? Siyempre, kapag pre-structural, which is the lowest, blank dapat yan. O di kaya meaningless. Nagsulat ang estudyante, sinulat niya lang yung mga numbers, pero wala siyang ginagawa. Parang nangop ang numero, pero no indicator of knowing what to do. That's pre-structural. So that is easy to recognize. But then, what about the next question here is, how does extended abstract look like? So looking at the same question, if I were to illustrate how an extended abstract looks like, I could use this example. So I modified student 2 just to illustrate it. Ay, sorry po. Ano nangyari? Wait lang po ha. Ayan. So, ito po yung sagot. Nakikita ba? Okay. Yung may explanation siya. I'll just read baka kasi super liit. Answer. So, after po na sinagutan niya, then sabi dito, 10.37 of the population of USA got infected with COVID-19 compared to the Philippines with only 1.27% COVID cases. Then, meron siyang added. This explains why USA is number 1 in the world in terms of COVID cases, while the Philippines is just ranked 24th. Siguro dapat ilagay dito with reference to the date, no? That was in June of last year. Kasi old na yung data na pinakita ko sa inyo. So, meron pa siyang additional information na hindi naman tinatanong, pero alam mong tama. So that makes it better than the response of student 4. And so if I ask you now, who among these students is your best student, no? As the student gave you the best response, will you stick to student 4? O sige, iba na tanong ko ha. So, who among the 4 students now chose the best response? Is it student 1? 4 pa rin ba, Ma'am Jeruzel? Baka delayed ng konti yung aking ano, no? Hindi, I could see, I'm showing now what I'm showing on screen is the same as what you can see in FB. 4 pa rin ba? Student 2 na. Right, so nag-change na kayo ngayon kasi ang student 2 this time is showing you an illustration of extended abstract response. Okay? So ito po ay parang may mga levels na kayo nakikita. So kung gagawa niyo yan ng rubric, pwede na po kasi ay nakikita nyo may increasing level of complexity at increasing level of correctness. So, if we talk about test development and your format is constructed response test format, definitely, as it is open, you need to develop your scoring guide to make your scoring more objective. And in fact, the ideal practice is prior to giving the test or while the students are taking up the test, if this is constructed response, they should be able to understand how to respond to you. At alam nila how to get points. So kung pag-uusapan natin how solo could inform the construction of your rubric, ito po pinapakita ko sa inyo. You don't need to show the solo levels in the actual rubric that you will provide to your students. Hindi nila yan kailangan. That's too technical for them to know. What you need to give are just the levels of quality. Siguro ito, replace mo sa point. I-replace mo ng points. These are information that your students could understand. At saka yung quality, but not necessarily labeling. Maski yung choices, hindi mo naman kailangan i-label na extended abstract. Ito, relational. Ito ay sinasabi ko sa inyo kasi I'm training you in the way you assess your students. But when you communicate this to your students, when you share your rubric to your students, don't reflect that. Kung gusto nyo, lagyan nyo siya ng points o ilagay nyo yung level of proficiency that every level in your rubric could represent. Is it a representative of proficient or highly proficient? Or nearly proficient or somewhat proficient. So ito po yung sinasabi ko na po sa inyo. No? So pwedeng points or pwedeng palitan mo pa yan ng levels of proficiency. So now, let's talk about the scoring. Kung ito yung gagamitin nating scoring, kasi constructed response, ano ang score na ibibigay ko sa mga responses na binigay? I'll pick scoring, example of scoring 2, no? Yung example 2 of scoring. So let us assign points now to these 4 responses. Okay? Ay, nailagay ko na pala anong score. Anyway, ayun na pala. So we have 0 sa pre-structural, 3 sa fair, 6 sa good, that's the multi-structural, 8 sa relational, 10 sa extended abstract. Okay? So ilagyan ko na po ng score pala. Okay? So, ito na po ang scoring ko ngayon. Kaya, iba-iba na sila ngayon. Do you agree with my scoring? Do you agree? Sige nga, show me a thumbs up. If you agree with my scoring, agree or you want to say it, just type in or yes. Ayan, may thumbs up. Very good. So now, okay, nagre-respond. Very good naman kayo. Ilan ba? Hindi ko nakikita yung number of, pala makikita ang number ng nakikinig sa atin, sir. No? Yeah, makita. Maliit ata ang mobile phone ko, sir. Anyway, iba na naman ng ayos. Hindi ko na naman makita. So anyway, ah, kailan ha, mas gusto ko kasi nakikita yung reaction nyo eh. Nawala na naman ang aking, hala, dali ha, ganun, makita yun. Dali. Dito ang mute. Hindi ko rin makita nasan yung mga functions ng ng StreamYard. I cannot mute myself. Anyway, so you could hear even oh my God, ano po ba ito? Hindi ko makita. Sadali lang ha. Nikki, patulong naman. Hindi ko makita yung chat. Ang hirap pala ng StreamYard. Hindi ko alam, hindi ko makita yung functions. Paano ba mag-mute or mag-hide ng sarili ko? I-show mo nga yung mga na comments. Hindi ko makita eh. Ikot mo ba?
Ma'am, good morning po,
Ayan.
ma'am. Ma'am, sa kanan
Ayan.
po, sa kataasan po, pwede po niyong i-click yung comments doon para po makita yung comments ng ating viewers.
Sa kataasan? Ay, dito
Ako,
sa
comments.
screen ko. Hindi, I
Ma'am,
saw
kailangan.
it.
Dito po, ma'am, sa StreamYard po
FB.
mismo. Pero, ma'am, kapag sa FB po kasi, ma'am, delay po tayo ng mga ilang seconds po.
Okay po. Po. Okay na po ako
Pag
sa FB.
Okay
Dito
po,
po, sir. Paano ba mag-mute dito or Hindi ko makita eh. Unless siguro mag-unshare. Ano kaya? Anyway, sige.
Yes.
Proceed na po ako. Hindi ko makita. Wala akong makitang any icon for mute, for hiding myself. Kaya masyadong nare-reveal lahat. But anyway, sige, let me continue. Nadidistract po siguro kaya. No? Pasensya na po ha sa mga FB viewers. Kasi hindi ko makita yung comment yun, but now I could see now. Thank you, Nikki, for helping me. All right. So what I'm showing here is the need to be practical at times. No, of course, I started with constructed response because you could see you could see better the understanding, or you could have a good gauge of the understanding of the students because the way they respond to you is more authentic as they construct the response. But if we do this in all the items that we have in our test, baka hindi practical. Baka yung 1 hour na test mo, baka konti lang ang masagot ng mga bata because they need to exert effort in putting the ideas into the language that is needed and of course in writing these ideas. Kaya there are times we need to decide on appropriate format to use. So what I'm showing here now is the transformation from a constructed response into a multiple choice item format for practicality. But what we should put here, when you are the test designer, what you should put here as options are options that you know could represent the true thinking of the students. Yung hindi kahit ano lang. Dapat nare-represent niya yung alam mo sa isasagot nila if the question is constructed response. And just like what I'm showing here, lahat ng nilagay ko dito, yung mga nanggaling sa authentic responses ng mga sumagot sa tanong ko. So, this is where the art of item construction is needed. Ito yung sinasabi natin na kapag gumawa tayo ng multiple choice, dapat ay plausible, yung talagang alam mo, ibibigay o iisipin ng mga estudyante na ito yung sagot. Na hindi kahit ano lang, mapuno lang yung choices niyo. So this is what I'm showing. So that you can also analyze the responses similar to how you analyze it if this is constructed response. So look at the structure now. As we know A is the correct answer, you can now code it. This is the relational response. What about B? You know B and C are unistructural. And then D, multi-structural. Okay? So, ano naman kung alam mo yung solo codes? Well, dapat mo malaman para alam mo kung anong ibibigay mong score. And it is not fair, that a student who knows almost everything, like let's let D, ay maging zero ang score niya, nakapareho lang na talagang nanguhula lang or kahit ano lang ang sagot niya. There is no fairness there. So if we want to be more accurate in the way we assess our students, dapat makapture na talaga yung true level of understanding nila. So that is by giving them differentiated score. Now, aside from knowing what the appropriate score is that you could give to a certain response you received or you heard from your students, meron ka pang pwedeng feedback na ibigay sa kanila. Dapat hindi yung ah, perfect, correct, sorry, ganun lang. Dapat differentiated din para alam ng bata anong misconception ko doon, ano yung mali ko doon. I'm sure you will say that is difficult. That is difficult if you have to do this one at a time and to individual learners. Pero kung ito po ay gawin mong online, this would be easy as you can automate, you can program like the MS form that I showed you. Actually, kapag ginamit mo yung MS form, may mga portion doon sa bawat item na i-develop mo, merong option para sa feedback. So, meron ka, kung A ang sagot, ano yung feedback? May box yun doon. Hindi katulad ng Google Form na yung feedback niya, nasa isa lang. No? Ikaw na bahala magsabi kung parang there's only one box for all the incorrect answers and one box for the correct answer, which is inclined to the traditional way of analyzing test results na binary lang, yes or no lang, or right or wrong lang. Okay? So again, if we want to improve our practice, it's not only the designing of the test that we should aim for or target. It is the analysis also of the test results and the appropriate feedback that you should give to your students given the test results. That is one of the competencies expected of you as teachers. In the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, yung domain on assessment and reporting, kasama doon yung feedbacking. Giving timely, relevant, and meaningful feedback. Ito yung illustration po noon, no? So, maganda si Solo para magabayan niya kayo. Now, let's go back to the idea of integrative. So, how can assessment be integrative if our approach to assessing learning is the traditional format? Okay, so i-recall lang natin, when we developed this in Dated Order number 8 series of 2015, namin din yan dun sa interim policy in 2020. Ang reference natin for cognitive assessment is the revised Bloom's taxonomy. So, I will refer you to that still. However, I want to emphasize that when we talk about RBT, in short for revised Bloom's taxonomy, multidimensional ito. Meron siyang cognitive, ito yung anim, from remembering to creating, at meron din siyang knowledge dimension from factual to metacognitive level. Okay? Hindi nga lang nare-represent no, ng mga assessments ng nakikita ko or baka practicing nyo, hindi nyo na-integrate yung dimensions of knowledge because the policy did not mention this. It only mentions the 6 levels of cognitive behavior starting from remembering to creating but no such thing as dimensions of knowledge. So, kapag nagtatanong tayo, nakafocus lang tayo sa cognitive behavior. Hindi natin ina-hierarchical or level, no? Walang leveling pagdating sa content ng tanong. And content is represented by the knowledge dimension could range from factual to metacognitive. When the two are combined, this tells us that there are 24 ways of designing your questions or constructing your questions. So let's illustrate this. Of course, when you want to improve your assessment, targetin ninyo, sana hindi mawawala yung mga high order thinking skills. And this could include applying, analyzing, evaluating, and thinking. But please know, may foundation yan. Ang foundation niya, yung remembering and understanding. So, pag pinag-uusapan natin knowledge dimension, foundation, maganda, no, i-hit ninyo metacognitive. But please know, hindi aabot ang estudyante sa metacognitive level if their foundation of facts, concepts, and procedure is not strong. So, dapat known yan. So, kapag magtanong tayo and we want to integrate the two, so 24 different ways of asking. So, paano natin i-illustrate yan? So, let's have the first illustration. If you can see, I have an arrow from the list or list student-centered way of asking question to the most student-centered, which happens to be the most authentic way too of asking questions. So, what does this question represent? Let's say we're talking of numbers. Pang lower grade na sa K1. K1 na to? Key stage 1 ba ang grade 3? O nasa sa first key stage. What is 9 in 4 plus 5 equals 9? Bakit ko sinabi, ang nire-represent nito ay remembering facts? Kasi ano ba ang sagot nyo dito? So, ano ang response? Sa tanong na ito, tinarget ko remembering facts. Ano ang response? What is 9 in 4 plus 5? Diba? 9 is sum. So, nire-represent niya ay facts lang. So, facts of addition. What if I improve or change my way of questioning? So, improve natin. What is addition? So, ngayon, hindi lang sum ang pinag-uusapan or addends, but we're talking of a broader concept, which is the concept of addition. So, may pagbabago sa tanong kasi inangat mo yung knowledge dimension niya from factual to conceptual. Binago ko yung tanong. Okay, ano ang tanong ko? What is the first step in adding numbers? You cannot answer this if you don't know the concept of adding. And you cannot tell this if you don't know what the steps are or the process of adding. So ito, hindi lang conceptual, hindi lang factual. Pero kailangan niya ang mga yon para masagot yung tanong what the first step is. As this is now more on procedural. Okay? Sum. Okay, ibig sabihin, wait nga, no? So now, you see this time, a change from the third question to the fourth question. I want it metacognitive. There is no mentioning about addition here. Okay, there is no mentioning about addition, but is that needed? So it says here in the problem, Maria bought 4 ripe and 5 unripe mangoes. How many ripe mangoes did she buy? So ito po ay still remembering, and you know, in this cognitive behavior, verbs under this cognitive behavior include identifying, identify. So you are just simply asked to identify something embedded in a situation or a certain metacognitive item or question. So ito, pag metacognitive, you can see the context here. No? Situational na kasi siya. So, umangat yung level ng knowledge, pero as is pa rin na mababa yung level ng pagtatanong, yung cognitive behavior demanded by the question. Iangat natin. So, paano natin iangat? So, ito lahat, I am illustrating. They are all in procedural level, but I am illustrating, I took one level procedural, but I am illustrating here the way to ask questions from remembering to creating. Okay, I'll pause for a while so you could make sense of my examples. Ate, getting warm. Okay, did you see the difference from item 3 to item 23? May pagbabago ba? Kung may pagbabago, saan ang pagbabago? Sa dimensions of knowledge ba or sa cognitive behavior? So obviously, sa cognitive behavior. So let's read number 3. That means Nandito tayo sa third row. What is the first step when adding numbers? So because you are asking for the first, that means that you are implying that students should know what uh, the sequence is of different steps involving addition. So there's a first, there's a second, and so on. If you want to put that to a higher level, then that's item 7. How we do addition of 4 and 5? So you are now going to illustrate it. So it's not just simply identifying or recalling. You have to illustrate how 4 and 5 looks like when they are put together. Thank you. Number 11. What is the sum of 4 and 5? So it's going to be the actual adding na that you have to do para maging nasa application. So dahil sinabi ko what is the sum, you have to understand ano ba yun? Ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng sum? So the concept is needed. And then how is that done? So i-act mo ngayon yung actual adding. So that is under applying. Now, iangat mo to analysis. How does the sum of 4 and 5 compare with the sum of 6 and 3? So, medyo umangat na. Nag-a-add ka rin, 4 and 5, that is 9. Nag-add ka pa uli, 6 and 3, that is 9. Pero you are asked to compare. No? So, analysis yan because when we talk about analysis, you see the connection between parts. O, part to whole or part to part. So, there's comparison there. Iangat natin, evaluate. Is the sum of 4 and 5 10? Is it 10? Of course, para masabi mo kung tama, 10 nga ba siya o hindi. Hindi po ba dapat i-add mo muna? And then, make sense, ano ang connection ni 9 sa 10? Pareho ba yun? Di ba hindi? So that's evaluating. It requires analyzing, applying, but you have to judge the correctness of information when you get to this level. Yung susunod yung create. No? Paano naman yung create? Show how to add any number. Ikaw na magbigay ng facts. You don't have to provide the facts kasi sabi nga created. You see, mga bata dapat ang mag-decide what these numbers are which they could use to illustrate what addition is. Okay? Okay, thank you, ma'am, no, sa mga nagre-react. Alright. Now, you must be wondering too, naku, ano naman ang itsura kapag nasa metacognitive? Tingnan natin, how it looks like. May transformation na naman, no? Sabi ko nga, 24 cells yun. Kung umabot kayo, nakasagot kayo dun sa questionnaire natin kanina sa form, ito yung nakalagay doon na, are you practicing the 24-cell RBT in the test development? Sayang, hindi ako umabot. Hindi ko alam kung ilan ang nagpa-practice na nito, no? But this is, how we can make use just of the revised Bloom's taxonomy. So see the difference now. From the remembering at the metacognitive level to creating at still metacognitive level. I'll give you time to read this first. Yun ang konting, natural lang. Para medyo thank you. All right, so let's analyze this now. Thank you. Maria bought 4 ripe and 5 unripe mangoes. How many ripe mangoes did she buy? That's remembering because you're simply just identifying or picking information from what is given. Then you transform it into the understanding at the metacognitive level. And this is the illustration. Maria bought 4 ripe and 5 unripe mangoes. Which is more, ripe or unripe mangoes? So there's a comparison. Now, you might be wondering, bakit nagko-compare ito, tapos understand, tapos kanina may comparison din, pero analyze. This is the sometimes the confusion in RBT, because if we stick to just the verb, there is really a possibility na hindi mo ma-classify ng tama. Kasi pareho yung compare na ginagamit sa understand at sa analyze. Pero kapag simple comparison between two ideas, then that falls under understanding. Pero kapag complex na siya, na comparison, then that goes for analyzing. No? Kasi you have to chunk bits of information in analyzing compared to understanding. It's just a simple comparison. Okay, let's look at the example at the apply level. So, Maria bought 4 ripe and 5 unripe mangoes. How many mangoes did she buy? Sabi may applying na of addition. Then, angat natin sa analyze. So, comparing 8 now with 16. Maria bought 4 ripe and 5 unripe mangoes today. She bought 10 mangoes yesterday. How many mangoes did she buy in all? Okay, so, nagbi-build na. No? So, this is another way of constructing your test, your question that falls under analysis. May comparison, pero medyo complex. Yeah, like, it says here 4 and 5, unripe, then she bought 10 mangoes yesterday, and then you are asked to compare how many mangoes she bought. Still addition pa rin pala, pero more complex na siya, no? Kasi merong first day, and then yesterday, no? And the total in all. Now, the last, which is under, hindi pa, meron pa, number 20. Maria bought 4 ripe and 5 unripe mangoes. She bought 10 mangoes in all. Yan, parang connected dun sa analyze. Do you agree? Explain. Okay, so meron uli justification na kailangan, kaya nasa evaluation siya. You need to buy items at the store. What are these and their total? So there's addition there too, but you have to imagine what these items are that you have to buy and the need for you to get the total after buying all these items in the store. Maybe the total cost or the total number. Well, it's up to you. As long as what you have to do is total, get the total, because total there here would connote addition. Now, I've shown how many examples, and I hope with all these examples that I gave you that you could imagine, the 24 ways of asking a question drawn from just one big idea. And that is possible. So, the challenge now here is, so where is solo? After talking about RBT or revised Bloom's taxonomy, how will that be married with solo? So this is now the process of doing it. So example, I want to assess your ability to use assessment results in making decisions about teaching and learning. So this time I'm assessing you. Okay, this is the situation. Give me your answer. So I could assess your ability this time. And then I'll apply RBT and solo. I'll give you time to answer this. 1 minute maybe. Okay, D. All right. Very good. So everyone has responded. So very good. So now let's see. D. All right, very good. Mukhang lahat perfect. Ang galing naman. Now, if I have to label or identify or examine the structure of the question, ito ngayon yung representation ko. Yung tanong, this falls under apply. Why? Because I'm asking here, which of the following should you do? Now, why is this metacognitive? Kasi it is contextualized in your field of teaching. After teaching the day's lesson, you gave your students a test. The result shows that almost all of the students got a low score. So that is what to do in that situation. So it's apply at the metacognitive level. Now, because you all pick the same response, di ba lahat? Yes, no? Umuulan ng D. Very good naman ang lahat. So, you responded at the relational level. And what does that mean? If I have to give points to you, you get 3 points for choosing letter D. And I could say you are very proficient in using assessment in making decisions about teaching and learning. So congratulations, you got 3 points and you are very proficient. So you see the way to respond to that, no? The way you communicate the feedback to your students, because you are guided by the structure of solo in determining the level of proficiency the students demonstrated in the way they responded to you. Okay, now let's move on. Let's try another. Okay, what if this time the question is not, the format is not multiple choice? I want you to answer this time this question na constructed response. The competency that I'm targeting here is for you to justify the appropriateness of an assessment method given the objective of the lesson. Okay? O, sige, go. I'll give you time again. What will be your response? Ako, ang daming sumagot, no? Letter D. Kasi madaling sumagot pag multiple choice. So, ito naman, constructed response na tayo. Yan, di pa rin ang sagot. Sagot na kayo. Wala pa nakikitang sumasagot. Haba ng D. Hindi pa pala tapos yung D natin. Nag-move na tayo. I'm waiting for your response. I'm waiting. Ayan, may sumagot na si Ma'am Ana Ellen Bausas Hernandez. No, I should have used application assessment rather than written? No. Sabi naman ni Kate Calvo, mas okay po kung ma-experience nila yung paggawa ng new material out of the recyclable materials kaysa paggawa ng essay. Very good. Sabi naman ni Rosemary Saraspe, good morning pala yun. Okay, good morning din. Alright, si Rhea Tadao. I think the teacher's assessment method is not parallel to his or her intent in which the student should have made a material made out of the recyclables. Okay, very good. No, si Arlene. Si, oops, si Rosalie Villegas Mendoza, sabi naman niya, since the objective and the assessment are congruent, then I did what is right. Aba, may maganda namang explanation dito. I did what is right. Again, wala na yung binabasa ko. I think performance-based. Wala na si I think. It is not right. It is not right. No, it should be more producing a product out of the objective. I think no because it requires application. Yan, ganda na ng mga sagot. No, no. We will be using multi-structural level. No, it must be a kind of procedural test, all right? No, essay is fitted only on descriptive. It is a performance-based task, sabi naman ng Dalian. Assessment is not appropriate to the intent. Use rubrics in the, wala na, no? Para makagawa siya sa, okay. Are to be considered, but it's more better than, may more better na pa, ha? Sandali, no? Essay test is not applicable. Alright, so I think pare-pareho kayo nagsasabi ng no. Okay, I agree. Now, ano ba ang cognitive behavior kapag ganito ang tanong? So this must be, so ito na yung mga examples ng sagot. Tingnan na lang natin yung mga sagot ninyo dyan. Ano kaya ang score na ibibigay natin? So ito yung aking rubric. So to judge your responses, I'm using this rubric. It's a 5-point scale with 1 meaning poor and 5 excellent. And if you gave no response, that is poor. You gave a response but with no justification, then that is fair. You gave a response with a justification that is partially acceptable or not applicable in the given situation, that's good. You gave a response with a justification that is totally acceptable or applicable in the given situation, then that's very good. But if you gave a response with a very convincing justification that is acceptable in most situations and not only in the given situation, that is excellent. Okay? So ngayon, nasaan si Solo dyan sa paggawa ng rubric na yan? So you could see now that the lowest is structural kasi sabi no response or showed no effort to respond as against the highest which is extended abstract. Okay? Alright? Are you now scoring yourself? Anong level ng rubric sa scoring guide natin? Ano ang score ninyo? Self-assess. Mga sagot nyo kanina. What is your self-rating? Can you tell what your self-rating is? Are you in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? O, tinanong natin if you know how to self-rate. Ayan, si Jason, thank you. You said 4 ka. Okay? So that means nasa relational level ka. O, yung iba naman, anong rating ninyo? Bilis ni Jason, ha? Yung iba? Jason, Ernie, Pedro Celestial Nepomuceno said 4. Arlene, thank you for your honesty. 2 ka doon. But there's no justification kasi. Very clear, ano? So, kaya ba mag-self-rate ng mga bata? Diba pwede? Kung kayo, kaya nyo, ganun din sila. Okay? So, that's good. Nagsa-self-rate na kayo. Thank you, Glenda. You responded and in your assessment, you think you are just level 3 and that means you are good. Very good ang mga 4. Bakit wala nagkiklaim ng 5? Kasi hindi nila na-explain maigi. Okay. So, let's see. So, based on all the answers that you have given, pwede ako ngayon, I added na, no, the levels of solo, and I can assign points this time. So, kanina, you named your level in a 5-point scale. Now, you can assign points to yourself. O, points na tayo. Using this guide that I have here, yung mga nagsabing 4 sila, that is equivalent to 8 points. And that would mean you are proficient. So now, interpret your performance level. So don't just say 4. Indicate your number of points and what that number of points means. No? So what does it mean? Is it proficient? Is it somewhat proficient? So I changed my question. How many points did you get? And what is your level of proficiency given your point? Oh, sige. Narinig niyo ako maigi. Change the response now. How many points did you get based on the response you gave and the rubric that I'm showing, and what does that number of points tell in terms of your proficiency level? O, hindi pa nag-change yung response. Sabi, Ma'am Irene, ano ibig sabihin ng 5 points? Ilagay mo na, isama mo na rin. Ayan, 5 points, nearly proficient. Very good. O, ganun po ang gawin niyo. Mas meaningful kasi yun, no? 5 points to mean you are nearly proficient. Kasi pag may makakita, ay, ang dami, ang galing-galing ko, I got 5 points, pero hindi niya alam, yung pala ay nearly proficient lang. No? So, lagyan niyo po ng meaning na. Yay, I got 8 points and I am proficient. That's good. Alright, so ang galing, no? Nagre-respond kayo and you know the corresponding meaning of your points. And that is what we should do as well, no? When we communicate assessment results to our students, wag nyong tipirin. Sabihin nyo na agad ano ang level of proficiency para alam ng estudyante, oh my God, ako pala ay somewhat proficient pa lang. Ay, naku, nearly proficient na ako. Konti na lang ang effort na gagawin ko para maging proficient po ako. No? So that's what we need to communicate to our students. All right. Now, syempre tatanungin ko na naman kayo, is this a test that we can transform into a more practical and efficient form? No? Syempre, the answer to that is yes. And that means you can transform this constructed response into a multiple choice test format. Kung pwede, gawin mo. Okay? Without changing, without sacrificing your targeted competency. So here is still the competency. Justify is still the target, but I transformed the format here into multiple choice. So which now is the correct answer? Come on. Na-change na tayo ng tanong. So, iba na dapat ang sagot nyo. So, tell me now, I changed that into multiple choice. What is your answer this time? Galing naman. It's 10, highly proficient. Wow, ang galing ni Ma'am Rosalie. Since I was able to explain my response and even justified the congruency of the objective and even just, nawala na. Congruency of the objective and assessment should always be observed. Very good yan. O, sige, ngayon, hindi pa nagpapalit ang mga sagot nyo, ha? Just give me the letter. The letter of the correct answer here. Yes, ayan. Nag-iba na ang sagot. Si Kate na. O, sino si Kate? How about the others? Anong sagot nyo? A, B, C, D. Galing. C kaya? Tama kaya yun? Kung gagaling naman ninyo, bakit ba kayo tinetrain pa? Mukhang magagaling naman na kayo, ano? May D naman. No? At least may nagbago naman. Okay? Yes, very good, Merlinda. Okay, so Merlinda, change the topic na. Move on na. Sa letters na tayo, A, B, C, D. Ma'am Merlinda Clemente. Alright. So, sige. Mamili na doon, A, B, C, D. The answer is, I will reveal now. I'll move on to the next slide na po. Kasi 10-10 na. Alright. So, how do we now identify again the level of understanding of the students given that the format is multiple choice? So, first, the correct answer here is C. No? So, tama si C. No, it is more appropriate to observe them while they are creating something new out of the recyclable materials. Ang daming sumagot ng D, ha? Ano ba yung D? O, tignan nyo, ha? Maraming C at saka D. Ano ba yung D? If I have to interpret your level of understanding, kayong mga D, ito ay unistructural. You get only 1 point. Why? The answer to this is a no. Hindi sila aligned. Kasi sabi niya, make eh. The action required is making. So why will you ask your students to write, to answer an essay test? The essay is not parallel or aligned with or not the appropriate format for the needed competency that students have to demonstrate. Kasi it has to be, sabi nga ng iba, actual. You have to show the product. It's more on performance based, where the students will really do something new out of the recyclable materials. Ayan, no? So, i-compare natin yung degree of correctness of the options. Wala naman nagsagot ng A and B, so hindi ko na yon i-explain. Pero yung D, dahil obviously, merong misconception doon, kaya i-explain natin. Bakit hindi pwedeng explain lang? Marami kasi magagaling explain, no? Pero hindi naman nila kayang isagawa ito. Kaya, 1 point lang yon versus relational na 3 points. Okay? O, sige. Sa mga nag-D, sorry na lang, mali po yun. O, i-correct natin, hindi po appropriate. Kasi ang essay, good at reasoning. Sana kung explain ang sinasabi. Like, hindi yung justify the appropriateness dito, kundi, gina-justify nyo talaga ito pala, no? Kasi you tell whether it is a yes or no, and then there is an explanation. Pero dito sa situation, ang sinasabi niya, make a new material. Kung sana what the teacher wants to do is explain what to do with the new material, then essay is the appropriate method, no? So hindi siya align sila. Kasi ang action na kailangan ay explain or discuss, no? How to make a new material out of recyclable materials. Pwede rin ang essay doon. Pero hindi yung word na make. Okay? So the action is different. Now, let's talk about how to explain. So, halimbawa kayong mga, di ba nakakapagod, no? Ano yung explanation ko sa letter C? Ano yung explanation ko sa letter D? Di ba nakakapagod kung isa-isahin ko yan, ano? Letter C, if the task is done by group, especially in the students are too many in a session. Alright? So, meron pa siyang mga explanation. So, kapag maggagawa ako ngayon ng feedback sa inyo na kaya kong i-automate, ito ang pwede kong gawin. So, i-explain ko dito, kung A ang napili nyo, you are scored 1 point to mean that your understanding of the use of assessment method still needs improvement. And so on, may mga explanation ako. Yung C naman, you are scored 3 points to mean that you know that essay is not the appropriate method in assessing students' ability to create a new material. Your suggested method of assessment for the given assessment objective is acceptable, as it is better to observe the students on how they produce a new material out of recyclable materials to gauge their ability to create. While in letter D, sa mga maraming nagsagot ng D, ang explanation ko dyan, you are scored 1 point to mean that your understanding of the use of assessment method still needs improvement. Okay? Although essay is appropriate in measuring students' reasoning ability, it is not appropriate when students' ability to construct or produce an evidence of their skill that is needed. Making the students actually produce a new material out of recyclable materials provides the needed evidence of the teacher. Okay? So, yan ang explanation ko sa letter D. Kung meron pa kayong other ways of saying it, you can do it. Okay? Pero at least kung ipoprogram ko ito, i-automate ko ang pag-feedback, ito ngayon yung basihan ko. So, kung thousands man kayo, lahat kayo makaka-receive ng feedback kasi meron na akong nilagay na rito na feedback. Sabihin mo, module ito. Module. Printed copy yan. O, ilagay mo ito sa module para kapag sa yung back of the book, ilalagay mo yung keto corrections doon, wag lang yung A, B, C, D. Ilagay mo yung buo para kayang balikan ng bata ito at hahanapin niya yung sagot niya at, ito pala mali ko doon. No? So, meron na po kayo meaningful feedback sa kanila. Okay, so nagbabasa lang po ako. Pero they cannot explain the procedures. Or yes, meron din namang marunong sa practical but they cannot explain. Kaya, explaining is a different behavior. Ang hinihingi mo kasi dito, making. Focus on making. Then, if you want, make another follow-up test where your focus is on explaining so that you would have a good gauge of students' ability not only in making but also in explaining. Okay? So, nag-react lang ako sa mga comments dito. Alright, so what are the rules in using solo for test development? The construction of choices. When it comes to this, you have to provide responses that the students will likely give if the format of the test is constructed response. When it comes to the scoring of the responses is score based on the degree of correctness of the responses and level of cognitive demand. Make sure that there is only one correct and best answer in every multiple choice item unless the item format is constructed response. Interpretation and feedback to responses. Explain sufficiently what makes the response correct or incorrect so that students will learn from the feedback provided. Indicate the proficiency, competence level of the learner from the kind of response given. Nazario, anong sinasabi niya? I'm still viewing and learning here. I'm enjoying. Okay, very good. I'm enjoying learning from this virtual seminar. All right, thank you so much for this very good advocacy. All right. So, sige. Akala ko may mga reactions. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Now, how do you score? So, ito na yung parang scoring guide mo. Sample lang po ito, no? Paano nyo po mabigyan ng justice yung mga efforts ng estudyante ninyo in responding to your questions, whether these are in multiple choice format or constructed response. So I'm showing here, let's say for a given question in multiple choice format that falls under remembering to apply. Example lang po ito ha, hindi po ito yung rule. I'm just illustrating no, how you could differentiate the scoring to your students' responses considering their level of cognitive behavior no, that they are demonstrating and the format of your test. So if let's say the multiple choice format is your chosen format, then you can put together you can give a set of scoring scheme for items that fall under remembering to applying. As to me, these levels would be considered of low cognitive demand. So the maximum points that I could give is 3 points, where 3 is assigned to any response that is at the relational level. However, if the question, although multiple choice din ito, happens to be at a high cognitive demand, let's say from analyzing to creating, then I will say, the maximum points I could assign would be 4 points. But still, that 4 would represent the relational level. If, for example, you change format as you believe it would be good to actually gather the responses of the students to the question you have given. Then you can vary still. Pwedeng kung ang tanong ay nagfo-fall sa understanding to analyzing, maximum points. Pero nasa extended abstract, 8 points. And then incentivize, no? Increase the level of interest or motivation of the students to give a more quality response by giving more points to students who could respond to higher level cognitive demand. Okay? Yes, you are right. So thank you for sharing your reflections. Keep on sharing your reflections as you listen to me. I'm glad you are reacting at nakikita ninyo may improvement sa practice kapag ganito ang gagawin ninyo. I'm glad to hear that. All right, let's now move on. I want you to know that this is, an assessment practice that an assessment company in the Philippines is already advocating, and they actually developed an assessment tool which they call it as ACES. And I remember this company pilot tested this tool in your region. And I remember Dr. Ana Marie Aranzanzo facilitated to the pilot testing of this when I sought her help, no, to facilitate the needed pilot testing of this assessment tool by this assessment company called Rex Institute for Student Excellence. So if you know Rex, of course, that is a very popular publishing company. This is part of Rex. One of the companies under Rex group of companies is Rex, and they developed their assessment tool following this solo framework. And they made their test more inclusive, more holistic, and globally, internationally benchmarked kasi they adopted the teams pa ang naging basihan nila noon kasi hindi pa PISA ang ating sinalihan. So teams was developed by IEA, that's the International Association for the Evaluation of Educational Achievement, IEA in short. Meron siyang different dimensions. Meron siyang cognitive, may knowledge dimension, may levels of understanding, at saka 21st century skills na hinit nila dito. So if you look at their competencies, hindi lang K to 12 sila dependent. They look at the teams ang ginamit nila dito, but they look at PISA and CPLM now. Kung meron na-identify sila na gap, meaning pang grade 5 ito pero nasa grade 4 halimbawa sa atin or nasa grade 6, kinuha nila yung competency and they added that in the targeted grade. So what am I saying? Pwede rin kayong gumawa ng sarili nyong tool, gayahin nyo yung ginawa nila, or meron na kayong tool and then if the division has budget, itry nyo pong mag-subscribe sa externally produced test kasi pwede silang magbigay ng individual report na as meaningful, no, that gives you a report as meaningful as the illustrations that I gave earlier. And why am I endorsing this product? Kasi nandito si Solo. Look at Solo. They use Solo in the structuring of their test, and they use the revised Bloom's taxonomy as well. Plus, they added pa the 21st century skills. So, ayun, sana matry nyo kahit marami silang tools meron silang 240 tools. Meron silang pang mathematics, science, English, Filipino, araling panlipunan from grade 4 to grade 11. At meron silang diagnostic assessment, pre-assessment, first quarterly test, second quarterly test, third hanggang fourth, hanggang final assessment. So para makita niyo yung progression, kahit yung mga critical subject areas, itry nyo lang para makita nyo yung reporting na ginagawa nila na very rich, very meaningful kasi per competency ang reporting nila. Hindi lang nila sasabihin yung score. They explain to you what the score tells and they give you recommendations on what you should take as a teacher. The parents are also given a report so that they would know how to assist their child. Then the principal is also given a report so the principal would know how to assist the teachers in making them become more effective and efficient in the way that they deliver instruction. So, ayan, no? Yan ang details ng kanila. Of course, I asked permission from them para ipakita ito. Kaya, makikita ninyo ang laman, no? Ng structure ng test nila. Now, so how do we make our tests authentic to be more integrative? So target assessment of high order thinking skills, of course, target applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Target assessment of metacognitive knowledge or self-knowledge or strategic or contextual knowledge. Yun po ang ibig sabihin ng metacognitive dito sa context ng RDT. Allow students to create their own responses or solutions to problems. Allow students to see application of knowledge and skills in real life situations. Make the students feel they are in the given situation. Yung palitan nyo yung mga nilalagay na pangalan, palitan nyo lang yun ng you. Para pag binasa ng mga bata, parang they could see the writer or the test is talking to them. You bought blah blah blah. You went to the blah 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 blah. So puros you ang gamitin niyo. Kaysa kung ano-ano mga pangalan na kapag hindi pa nakita ng mga bata yung pangalan nila, they will feel bad, no? At yung mga nakakita naman na pangalan nila ang ginamit sa situation, syempre happy sila. So parang walang discrimination at more inclusive kayo. Change the practice of naming the situations to a certain person with a pronoun you. Okay? Para lahat makaka-relate. Let's now move on to performance-based. No? So how do we make it more integrative and how will solo be applied as well? So nasa gitna na tayo. This is the second approach to assessing learning. We're done with traditional using multiple choice and constructed response, but improvement is needed there, no? Using solo as our guide and the integration of these two, the revised Bloom's taxonomy. Now, what about performance-based assessment? When we talk about performance-based assessment, that the requirement there is demonstration. I'm sure you know this. Or that the students are expected to create products of learning. And this should be embedded in a meaningful situation or task that is judged using multiple criteria. That should be made public. This must be clear. Pag sinabing made public, ibig sabihin, mga bata at maski magulang, dapat alam nila what your rubric is. And that rubric should contain the criteria for evaluation and how this criteria will be interpreted and scored even if the students will do their own scoring or the parents do the scoring. So usually in developing performance-based assessment, syempre, you start with your competency. That's true to all assessments. We need to start with our competency. In test development, know what these competencies are that are meant to be or appropriately assessed using tests. That's the same condition for performance-based. Pick all the competencies that lend themselves to performance-based assessment. And once you have identified this, think of the task. So let's focus our discussion here on how to design the task given the competency that necessitates performance assessment. All right, so let's keep in mind what we need to do to make our performance-based assessment integrative. So the conditions are that we should try to target 2 or more competencies with one performance task. That we have to target a more authentic task to cover more dimensions. And that we have to prepare a rubric targeting 2 or more dimensions or criteria for assessment. Let us illustrate this. And I'm this time showing milks taken from grade 5. Okay, these are competencies taken from grade 5. I want to illustrate to you what we mean by picking the right competency and assigning this to the right or appropriate assessment method. So let's now compare, for example, let's say there are two approaches here, no, in assessing learning that I'm showing: objective test versus performance-based assessment. Which is the more appropriate method of assessment for each of these for each of these competencies in science grade 5. All right. Um, just write the number of competency. So let's say lagyan niyo na lang po ng C1, C2, meaning competency 1, ito po yung use the properties of material. C2, design a product out of local, blah, blah, blah. C3, explain, blah, blah, blah. Then, put the corresponding assessment format for that. Lagyan nyo na lang ng OT, let's say C1, OT, C2, kung PB, no? Performance-based, and so on. Sige, kahit pili lang kayo ng competency at i-link nyo ito sa appropriate assessment method. So, ulitin ko po ha, pick one competency, just code it C1, C2, C3, C4, C5. Then tell, opposite the C number, tell what the appropriate method is. Don't just say C, no? C1, C2, C3, ganun po, AR Santiago, ha? Tapos, ilagay mo na rin, ayan, si Ma'am Evangeline, tama si Ma'am Evangeline Guse, no? Ibig sabihin, narinig niya ako at tama yung requirement na hinihingi ko sa inyo. Isama nyo na yung appropriate method of assessment. All right, let's look at the responses. Si Karen, C2 PB daw yon. C2 PB, alright? Design a product out of local, recyclable, solid, and or liquid materials in making useful products. Pang performance-based daw yon. Alright, tama. C1 PB rin ang napili niya. C2 PB, 1 PB, alright. C1 performance-based. Very good, nagre-respond kayo, no? So parang lahat gusto nyo PB, ano? Wala ata nagsasabi ng OT. PBA, alright, that's the same, no? C1 OT, alright. At least si Iris, na dalawa-dalawa na siya ngayon, masipag, no, na magsagot. Sige, very good. Alright, I'm happy. I am getting responses now, so let me move on. So nag-check din ako, gumawa ako dito. So ito yung mga responses ko. So, meron akong nakikita dito na pwedeng i-convert mo. Of course, performance-based is true to all. Kasi use, design, explain, discuss, relate. They're better assessed through performance-based assessment. Kaya lang, as I said, we need to be practical. Minsan, may mga pwede rin naman pala sa objective test format. Gamitin mo yung more objective for practicality. But if you have prepare your performance-based assessment, dapat doon ka, kunin mo o nakafocus ka sa competency na hindi mo pwedeng i-assess using objective test format. So, I'm showing now that among the 5 competencies, it is number 2 that necessitates the most, no? That requires the most performance-based assessment. So, I'll design now my performance-based assessment targeting, most importantly, criterion or competency number 2. Very good. Okay, so yun ngayon ang target ko as the assessor. I need to be practical at kasi ito lang yung pwede sa kanya, yan ngayon ang uunahin ko. Okay, now, ang tanong, alin kaya sa task na ito ang magandang ibigay? Alright, ulitin ko ha. Yung kulay blue, yung design a product out of local, recyclable, solid, and or liquid materials in making useful products, ang kailangan niya ay performance-based. Hindi mo siya pwedeng ma-assess using objective test kasi magdi-design ng product ang kailangan dito. Unlike yung use, the materials, the properties of materials, whether they are useful, You will just tell probably whether the properties of materials are useful or harmful, explain, discuss, relate, pwede yan, objective test format. Alright. So, ito ang tanong ko ngayon. Which among these performance tasks now is the most integrative, most authentic? What melts does each task cover? O sige, mamili na lang muna kayo. Asan dyan? Task 1, 2, 3, 4 ang most authentic and integrative. Give you time to think. Okay, may sumagot na. Yes, ni Angeli Banyares. Task 4. Alright? Bilis, ha? Dahil ba mahaba? Is it? Aha. Alright, so may mga responses na. Task 4 ang napili ng marami sa inyo, no? Yung iba 2, okay lang din. Task 4, okay. May iba-iba. Pero ang madami ay 4. Now, let's analyze each of the tasks. Okay? Let's start with task 1. Go. Kung task 1 ang pinili nyo, wala naman namin yun, hindi na definitely yung blue, that's the competency 2. However, if you want to be more integrative, what's the rule? Integrate 2 or more competencies. Don't limit it to just one. Save the time, save the effort, save the resources that you are using in that particular task to assess not only the competency targeted by that task, but all other competencies that could be encompassed by the same task. So, I'm illustrating here now. For task 1, I did the coding. Yung design a new product out of local, recyclable, blah, 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 that is hitting competency 2. While yung using the knowledge of the properties of these materials, that could hit competency 1. Use the properties of materials, whether they are useful or harmful. So, for practicality, bakit kaya parang merong something wrong? Use the properties of materials, whether they are useful or harmful. Yun kaya nakalagay talaga sa competency sa grade 5. Anyway, sa mga nagtuturo ng science, grade 5, i-check nga lang ang inyong MELCs kung tama yung nakopya ko dito na use the properties of materials na nakalagay doon. Anyway, so let's move on. Sa task 2, dapat nandun uli si competency 2, yung blue. Pero kaya niya ring isakop, no, i-encompass yung competency 1 and competency 4. That task 4 yet a bit tedious. That's right, no? Nasundan ko itong huli. Alright. Nasa ano na tayo ha? Mag-move na ako ha? Nasa task 2 na po ako, pero hindi naman to pinili. Alright, so let's now move on to task 3. May namili ng task 3. Design a new product. Na-encompass niya lahat nung nasa science. Kaso, may dinagdag siya. Create that product you designed. You will not only simply design, maybe draw it or illustrate it, but you have to create the product that you designed. So that means, medyo may pangangailangan ng materials dito. Sabi nga nung isa, nagre-react ay tedious. That's right. Tapos, anong subject kaya yung nagkikreate ng product? Sa science ba yun? When you put it into a real product yung design mo, baka hindi science, baka art na yan, ano? Sa EBP na kaya yun. So parang meron kang tinatarget na competency, not in science, but in other subject area. So that's probably the intention of the yellow there. Now, let's look at the last task that you chose. Nai-hit niya rin yung 3 competencies in science, kaya lang meron pa siyang yellow no? TLE, yes. Thank you, Ma'am Juvie. So, create that product, so TLE yon. Tapos may dinagdag pa siya. Use appropriate adjectives to describe the properties or characteristics of these materials. So, may red pa siya ngayon. So, meron na siyang TLE na yellow. Siyempre, yung pink, yung blue, at saka green, they are all for science. Pero may dinagdag siyang red. O, si red, ano yun, ma'am? Si English naman daw yun. O, di ba? So, ilan ang in-integrate dito sa task 4? That's why you were saying, maganda task 4, but it is tedious. But wait, kahit tedious siya, marami naman siyang competencies, not only meant for science, but also for TLE. And now you are saying that could also be true to English. So, the tediousness of the task, the complexity of the task, the amount of time you need in doing the task could be justified by the number of competencies and subject areas that you are integrating in that single work. And that is what we mean by being integrative in the design of your assessment. Okay? So let's continue. So among the 4 tasks, as you can see, as I coded them now, kitang-kita natin na pinaka-complex ay task 4, but most integrative as it integrates TLE and English in science. That's correct. So integration to other subject areas. That's good. Now, let's talk about how to design your rubrics. If this is the needed approach to assessing learning by making your assessment of different competencies within and across subject areas integrative, then how will your rubrics look like? So how will you design it to ensure that you are representing it? So let's say you are the science teacher. So dahil main subject area mo ito, syempre susukatin mo primarily yung competencies ng science na dinevelop mo. That's your obligation. So you design now your rubric and make sure that there is alignment between the criteria you set in your rubric and the competency that this rubric is targeting or representing. So so I'm now coding, no? So let's stick to the colors. We have the green to mean the competency 1, and we have the blue to mean the competency 2. So for the competency green, that refers to materials. So the materials used, that's the dimension that you should be looking at, the materials for the task, while the blue one would refer to the product, no? So the product design. So what is now the quality or the criterion that is appropriate when we talk about the materials? So this would refer to your being resourceful. If I'm talking to you as my students, I'm testing how resourceful you are in the way you choose the materials that you need for this particular work. But if my focus is on the design, then probably the criterion that I should be targeting when I assess you is your creativity. So I'm looking at creativity here as referring to how original, how new your idea is in doing your work. Okay? So after I have named so what did I name here? The dimensions. Anong aspeto ng task ang sinusukat mo dito? So, are you referring to the design or the materials that were used in building or design, producing that design? Then, after naming the dimensions, you name the quality or the criteria, the quality of work that you will be looking at. So, materials, resourcefulness, while design, creativity. Then, what does creativity mean to you? That is your indicator. I mean, this is something new or original. And then, what does resourcefulness mean to you? So that's the indicator. Again, and you would say, it should make use of local, used, or recyclable solids, liquids, or gas. So, yun po yung mga major components. Now, next to that is the levels of quality or meaning, no, that you want to, and meaning that you want to attach to each of the levels of quality. So let's say I'm thinking of a 4-point scale, no? Irurubric ko yan. Pwedeng 5-point scale yan, lagyan mo ng pre-structural. So I just put here, for example, 4-point scale, where 1 is the lowest to mean you are beginning, no, in meeting the standards. So let's say standards naman ang titingnan ko, ang i-interpret ko. Pwedeng bumalik ka sa competency, so level of competencies ang ilalagay mo dyan, or level of proficiency. Pero I'm illustrating here, pwede ring standards. Ha? So, kasi kung anong reference mo, kung content standards ang reference mo, the levels ng rubric mo would refer to the standards. Kung ito ay performance standards, di ganun din, standards din. And that would mean, ang levels mo ay within the standard, above the standard, or nearing the standard, or just beginning. Okay? So, yun po ang ibig sabihin. Hindi nakakast sa stone or fixed or structured or given na yung levels. It's up to you to name the levels depending on what you are targeting. So, let's say my challenge now is, what would be my description for level 4, which means above standard? So, to do that, punta muna ako sa 3. The practical way of designing rubric is you have to know first the main criterion of success. So, let's say, the minimum criterion for success is meeting the standard. So, mag-start ka sa level 3. So, how will I define now creativity that is within the standard? So, that is like relational in solo. So, maybe it is not so ideal that when you design a product that 100% everything that you see in the design is new. Baka hindi ganon in reality. Baka some part of it ay nakita mo na and you like it, so gagayahin mo. But you might want to add more to it. So that's what I have in mind when it comes to just meeting the standard. Where half of it, for example, of my design uh, uh, is something I referred to an existing design, while the remaining half is something I contribute and something I could claim mine. Okay, na sarili ko. So parang itong dinidevelop natin. Ano kaya ang bago dito sa binanggit ko sa inyo? Alam nyo na si RBT, maybe alam nyo na si cognitive behavior. Pero ang dinagdag ko dito ay kung paano mo isama ito sa metacognitive, sa types of knowledge, at dinagdagan ko pa kung paano mo idagdag ito kay solo. So parang ganun po ang ibig kong sabihin in reality. Hindi talaga, unless lahat talaga ay wala sa paligid mo and you were the first in the created in the world. So you will really be 100% in the creation of your idea. Some of these baka talagang unknown to you kahit matanda ka na. I mean sabihin nasa stage ka na ito kasi this idea is just introduced this time, no, na nag-exist ka. So maybe that's 100% new. But for some ideas or most ideas, usually may basihan na. So that's the reason why it is important that you start with the minimum, the criterion of success or your gauge of meeting the standard. Then from there, umakyat ka na, more than 50% or lower than that, that's going to be lower level na nearing the standard, or nag-i-start ka pa lang, no? That's beginning. Okay? So that's how I design my rubric and make sure na may alignment. So ito po yung validity na sinasabi natin sa performance assessment. Make sure that the competency is really represented by each of the criteria you put in your rubric. So now you might be asking me, so may alignment ang blue, ang green. What about the orange? Bakit may orange ako doon? This is the room for additions. Kapag meron kayong nakikita na pwedeng i-integrate, baka dito nyo yan i-alat, no? So, sa others niyo siya ilalagay. And why did I assign, let's say, 50% for creativity and 40% for resourcefulness? Bakit may remaining 10%? I-reserve ko yan sa mga pwedeng idagdag na maaring hindi ko siya tinarget pero na-encompass pala. At pwedeng yan ay manggaling sa mga estudyante mo, sila yung contribute niyan. Or kung wala man, hindi clear sa rubric mo kung ano ang mga yan, parang mga plus factor po yan. Ano sa RPMS ninyo, doon nyo na lang i-allot yung mga yon. You can change the weight, no, assigned to each of the criteria na you put in your rubric. It's your call, but you have to discuss this with your students if you treat them as co-assessors of their learning. Okay? Kaya dinidiscuss dapat ito sa klase ninyo. Alright? Kung task 2 ang pinili ninyo, o task 2 tayo, marami dito, hanggang pink na ang nahit niya, 3 competencies. So dahil may dinagdag kang kulay pink, kasi para dun sa competency mo na representing pink, make sure yung pink represented din sa rubric mo. So that's the message. So ngayon, hindi lang pala materials ang titingnan ko, no, na patungkol sa product. Hindi lang yung design ng product o hindi lang yung materials ng product. Ang hinihingi pala ng competency ay presentation. That's a different dimension. So what will I be looking at when one presents? So the dimension you are looking at now is the content of the explanation. So if you notice, nung una, product lang ang domain. Ngayon, lumawak. May product na, may presentation pa. Sa product, may dimension on design and another dimension on materials. While for presentation, nakafocus lang sa content of explanation. Then you can assign the weight and you can define again the indicators. Then, go ahead, punta muna sa meeting the standards. Then from there, angat, above, or below, whichever way that is possible. But again, start with your minimum, which is supposed to be here in my illustration, is the one that meets the standard. Okay? I hope this is clear. No? May orange ako lagi, room for additions or other aspect that could be in other aspects of the work that could be integrated in the work that could also be given value or merit by assigning a certain percent or weight for that added value, even if you did not target this as the main quality considering the nature of your subject area. Okay? So now, paano naman yung task 3? So, may pink na, may yellow pa. Create the product. So, may product dimension pa rin. But this time, the focus is not just on the design or its usefulness, but more on the functionality of that product. So, I added the yellow. I hope you see the transformation. So, lumalawak ang competency, kaya lumalawak din yung rubric ninyo. Okay? So, hindi po dapat limited lamang sa iilan yan. And still, I kept there the orange to still give room for addition. So, I'm not closing my rubric as there could be a possibility na merong mga mag-exceed yung effort nila sa usual. And that's like linking it to extended abstract. Task 4, may red na. O, di ikaw na magdagdag niyan, baka yung orange doon focuses na on the use of appropriate adjectives, more on accuracy na. Maybe presentation, but accuracy of the content. It's not just the, kasi correct na yun, no? Correct or accuracy, maybe completeness. It's not covered there, no? Completeness of the explanation to include the use of adjectives to describe the properties of or characteristics of this material. So, I'm just illustrating this pero kayo na po ang magpupuno ng mga yan. So, we're done with the rubrics. Anong susunod natin? How do we design the performance task in offline and online modalities? So, paano naman ito kung magiging offline na or face-to-face na? So, how will the work vary? So, of course, the modality will dictate to what the required task should be or the output that can be expected for the identified task. So, if I have to stick to my examples, here is the task 1. How will my assessment look like if it's going to be face-to-face or offline? So, ang sabi ko dito, do the task individually or by group and submit the design with explanations on the materials used. Can I do that online? Of course, you can do that too online. No? Kailang, anong difference? So, kung ang output nila, kasi product-based ito, pwede yan portfolio-based. So, magpagawa ka ng portfolio. At kung printed yung mga outputs nila, edi yung portfolio mo ay repository ng printed materials. Pwedeng clear book or box or whatever that material is that the students could likely produce given the resources that they have. However, if you do this online, then let the requirement be digital as well. And like what I'm showing, if portfolio is to be introduced as your approach to assessing the product of performance-based assessment, then don't compel them to buy pa, no, clear book. If they have access to online that gadget, no, applications, then let their assessment products be in digital format as well. Okay, so this is the electronic portfolio if you want. Now, in doing that, laging kung mapapansin ninyo, make sure that there is alignment between what you expect, no, in the assessment evidence that you are gathering or collecting with the competency that that evidence targets. Yan po ang dapat na i-illustrate. So, kalimutan ko lang mag-color code doon, no? Ay, sorry. May color coding? Meron naman, no? So, green, pink and blue. Alright? Nasobra lang. No? Ito naman, may yellow. So, may presentation, and then pwedeng video at digital portfolio naman kung online. Okay? May red ka dito, so dapat make sure na meron ding aspect sa evidence na capturing the red, no, whether that is face-to-face or offline, and do the same for online. Naintindihan niyo po ba itong aking pinapaliwanag? O sige, baka masyado akong mabilis magpaliwanag. I'll pause for a while, 1 minute, and try to read what I put here. And then put your reflections, write your reflections. Kung naintindihan niyo itong pinapaliwanag ko. Kasi ang napili ng majority sa inyo ay task 4, so see how the two differ. Malaki ba ang difference or konti lang? So, are we fair? Halimbawa lang, may mga online ang gusto nila. Yung iba naman, face-to-face. Limited face-to-face. Kalahati nag-online, kalahati face-to-face. Dapat ba may pagkakaiba sa evidence na kakailanganin mo sa kanila? Okay, look at this. Okay, so yes po, may konting may pagkakaiba. May pagkakaiba, no? Pero parehong competencies ang hinihit nila. Yes, the output should show indications that objective competencies are met. Yes. So I used color coding here so you could easily distinguish that the parts or the competencies that every aspect of your description of task is hitting or targeting. Dapat po kasi ay sensitive po tayo sa kung ano ang meron at kung nasa anong sitwasyon ang mga learners. Tama. Good morning. Yes po. Alright. So, sige. So, sana naintindihan niyo po ito. May pagkakaiba pero parehong competency, ha? May pagkakaiba lang yung requirement. Depende kasi sa kakayahan ng mga estudyante. This is observing validity pa rin because we're talking of the alignment of your assessment with your objective at appropriateness, practicality, kasi kung ano yung affordable sa estudyante, at saka fairness. Kasi kung ano yung kakayahan nila, yun ang ibigay mo. Hindi yung one size fits all na lahat sila pare-pareho dapat. Hindi ganun po, no? In task 4, it's a full package of an integrative assessment po kasi yes, you are right. No? 3 subject areas combined in a single task. All right, now, what are these tasks that you can think of? Siyempre, ito yung mga examples, laboratory works, maganda yan, capstone project, collaborative problem-solving activities, creating products with presentations. Yan yung mga very integrative ang kanilang outcome. Ang galing. Okay, very good. Now you know how to create. Very good naman. So, sige. So, now, tanong nyo siguro, paano yon kung yung mag-go-online? Halimbawa, PE ang klase ko, pwede ba yon? Yung iba printed, yung face-to-face, yung iba online. O papakita ko sa inyo, pwede po yun. O, yan. Yung pink ito, ako po yun. So, ito may nagde-demonstrate. May naririnig ba kayo, Sir Greg? Are you there, Sir Greg? May sound ka ba naririnig?
Yes po, ma'am. Apo.
Coming from the video?
Dito po sa video natin, ma'am. Wala pa po, ma'am.
Sa pine-play ko?
Wala po, ma'am.
Hindi naririnig?
Apo, ma'am.
Hindi naririnig yung sound.
Ma'am, when we share the screen po, we should also click the share audio. Maybe, ma'am, you could unshare po first and then share screen
muna.
again.
Saan ba yung unshare? Hindi ko nga makita sa Teka.
Ma'am, on your Windows po, you go back to StreamYard. Go back po, ma'am, to StreamYard.
StreamYard. Ay, sorry. Oh my God. Ano ko bang kikita si StreamYard? Ay, ito.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Anong gagawin ko, sir? Para marinig yung sound.
I-unshare po uli, ma'am. Stop sharing po tayo, ma'am.
Stop sharing.
Okay.
Ay, stop screen. Ayan.
Yan
Then
po.
mag-share
Tapos,
uli ako.
Opo, mag-share po, ma'am. May lalabas po dyan na dialog box. If you would like to share your audio, ma'am, i-click lang
po. Okay, video. Video 5. Ay! Ulitin. Share. Share. Tapos, slides. Ang nakasulat. Video file and share screen. Share screen, di ba?
Screen po, ma'am. And then may dialog box
Share
po dapat.
screen.
Sa ibaba po nun, ma'am, may click po kayo dyan na share audio rin po.
Screen sharing is easiest. Ang nakalagay ay some screens let you share audio. Look for the share audio. Saan ko makikita yun? Walang share lang nakikita ko eh. May follow the steps to share a video with audio. Naku, may following step pa ako. Teka ha. Dapat ng internet ko po. Okay, screen sharing. How to screen share? Naku, nagbigay ng instructions. Sandali ha. Screen sharing video with audio. Open a new Chrome. Naku, ang dami pang gagawin. Drop a video file from your computer to the new Chrome tab. Hala.
Hindi, ma'am. Yung ano lang po.
Share audio. Saan nga ba yun? Nasa share audio, pero hindi ko siya nakikita eh. Share audio sa inyo. Nasa ilalim.
Ma'am, ano po, when you click share po, ma'am, sige ma'am, let us go back from the, ano po ma'am, beginning. I-click po yung share, ma'am, sa iba. Share, and then po, share screen. And then sa ibaba po,
Yes.
ma'am, katabi po nung cancel share, sa pinaka end left po, may nakalagay po na share system audio. I-click lang po yun, ma'am.
Yun ang hindi ko nakikita, sir. Ang nakikita ko lang cancel and share.
Nasa
So,
left side po, ma'am.
wala. I'm using Mac.
Okay po, ma'am.
Baka merong, kasi sabi niya dito, I need to go to Chrome. Teka lang Chrome tab. Select a tab to save. Ayan, share tab audio. Ayun, share tab audio. Okay, share now. I should be able to share.
Thank you po,
Click
ma'am.
ko na. Pero ayaw. Nag-share na ba ako? Hindi pa rin. Share ulit.
Hindi po po. Katulad po ulit pa rin.
Hindi pa rin. Nikki, SOS, halika na. Nikki, please. Tulungan mo ako, nak. Yung pinapakita ko, hindi marinig yung audio. Tulungan mo, anak. Alam mo ba to? StreamYard. Check nga. Hindi kasi makita. Hindi marinig yung, may sound kasi yung akin. So, yung nakikita ka, hindi ko rin alam saan close video pala. Ito pala, stop cam. Sige. Ano mo, ayusin mo muna na. Hindi. Yung pinapakita ko, may audio. Hindi lang marinig. So, how do I do it? Ayan.
So bear with us, our dear viewers. Inaayos lang po saglit ni Dr. Marilyn ang ating pong presentation. So it has been a very engaging morning to all of us. And thank you to all the participants who are really engaged themselves and choosing the correct answers. Ano po, ang daming nagsishare ng kanilang mga sagot.
Pero hindi.
So while fixing our presentation, siguro po ay yung iba ay pwedeng kumuha muna ng water and drink some water po. Yan, marami pong salamat.
So, tingnan natin, ha? Yan. Okay. Tingnan na natin. Ay, hindi pa na-share screen pa, dear. Ay, bakit share? Here, try din ulit, Share ulit. Share. Wala na naman. Tapos StreamYard, and then share. Ayan. You should be seeing my screen na, di ba? Teka. Nakikita niyo ba screen ko na uli, sir?
Yes po, ma'am. Ito po.
Okay. May naririnig kayong sound? May sound na?
Wala pa po tayo dun, ma'am, sa mismong presentation po ninyo. Ang naka-share screen niyo po sa amin ngayon ay yung ating pong StreamYard po mismo.
Ay! Hindi daw
You need to go, ma'am, to the presentation po.
Hindi daw itong presentation po.
Kailangan po, ma'am, ang nasa screen po ng laptop niyo ay yung presentation po. Hello po sa lahat. I'm still viewing and learning here at Bayanan Elementary School, SDO Bacoor City. I'm enjoying learning from this virtual seminar and assessment-driven intervention on reading. Thank you so much, Racas, for this very good advocacy endeavor. Ayan po, ready na po ulit si Doc Marilyn.
All right, can you see? Sorry,
Yes, Doc, that's the presentation.
Just the presentation, but let me know if you can hear the sound, ha?
Yes, Doc. We can hear the sound now.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, Doc.
Alright, so, sorry, ang pinapakita ko po dito yung nagde-demonstrate, ano, and then, you judge the demonstrator on screen. O, may rubric kaming basis as we observe the person do the performance. Ayan. Ayan, no? So this is an international activity, no, that I attended, and that's how they do it. And I'm showing it to you. Tapos may ano din, may module, no, na naka-illustrate siya. Kung hindi man actual demonstration, nasa ano siya, package, pwedeng video i-send sa iyo, or ang instructions ay ang pictures ng mga estudyante makikita nila dun sa module, kung meron man silang module or paper na pagsama-samahin. So this is how you can diversify the modality of your instruction. Now,
Doc,
ito rin sa TLE. Yes, go ahead. Can you hear me?
may we request po for the full screen of the presentation? It is not yet full
Full
screen,
screen?
Doc.
Full
We can see
screen?
all the slides on. Yes, Doc.
All the slides?
Yes. Maybe we could use full screens, Doc.
It's like, how come? Let me check. Bakit full screen naman sa akin? Teka. How come? Teka. Nikki, come here. Nikki.
Doc.
Nikki, come here again. And sorry, Nikki, are you there? Naku, malis na yung staff ko. Naka-full screen sa aking screen. Nikki. She, come here. I don't understand. Hindi naka-full screen sa ano, oh. Naka-full screen na ako, nak. Tingnan mo. Anong problem? Hindi daw naka-full screen. Hindi siya naka-full screen dito. Pero naka-full screen sa akin. Sir, ano ba to? Teka muna, sir, ha? Pasensya na. Naka-full screen po sa akin, eh. Pero what they could see is not. Okay. Share screen ulit. Okay. Ngayon, share screen naman. Share screen ulit. Share screen naman ulit. Yung PowerPoint, ma'am. Ito nga. PowerPoint. Yes po. Kaso kapag ito, sige, share pa din, pero ang sound, ay, ba't hindi na share? Share ulit. Share, ano ba ito? Ay,
So bear with us, our dear Caracas. So we're having a technical difficulty, but rest assured that Ma'am Marilyn will be back. Inaayos lang po ang kanyang presentation. Ano po? So you may have a few minutes break. Inom po muna tayong tubig. Ayan. And it has been a very productive morning, sharing with us the framework of the solo taxonomy, and we are really learning a lot today. Napakaganda ng sinabi ni Ma'am that we should know first the main criterion of success before we proceed on what to do or to choose for our learners. Ano po? So that is a good reminder from Doc Marilyn. And malaking tulong po sa atin yun bilang mga guro, lalo na at magpo-full implementation na tayo ng face-to-face learning, at alam natin, nakalagay dun sa DepEd order ng ating calendar of activities, ibabalik na po uli ang ating periodical exam, ang ating quarterly assessment. Ano po? Still watching from Silangan Elementary School, Rosario District. Magandang umaga po. Yan, kumusta po kayo dyan habang inaayos lang po natin ang ating presentation? Kumusta po ang Calabarzon? Gising na gising pa po ba? This webinar is very timely and relevant. Ganda po ng flow ng discussion and the topic being discussed. Thank you po sa siksik, liglig at umaapaw na learning today. Kudos Racas Pips. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. I hope we could know your name, ma'am. Ayan. Thank you so much po. And of course, still watching po from SDO Batangas Province, Taal District. Hello po sa lahat ng mga taga-Taal. Okay po ba ang ating Taal dyan ngayon? Siya po ba ay tahimik, kalmado? Ayan. Magandang umaga po. Thanks po sa health break. Ayan. Thank you so much po. Huwag po kayo mag-alala. Babalik po si Doc Marilyn. Fiercer, braver. Kailangan nila. Dr. Balagtas version 2.0. Okay po? Okay na po. Nandiyan na po si Doc. Hello po, Doc.
Share screen na, ma'am.
Share screen. Okay. Balik ulit tayo. Dali na.
Sige, ma'am.
Ito. Share ulit.
Yan na. Opo, yun nakikita
Okay.
na.
Ito.
Sila yan. Opo.
Nakikita na nila ako. Ay, I mean,
Pero i-share screen din na.
share. Ayun nga. Share na ulit.
Naka-share na siya.
Naka-share na siya. Alright. So, hindi nila marinig kanina daw eh. Ay, hindi nila makita yung full screen. So,
Yan, ma'am. Sige.
okay. Tinan mo nga kung full screen na. Sir Greg, nandiyan ka pa ba? Sir, nakikita mo?
ma'am.
Full screen na
Yes,
ba?
ma'am. Hindi pa rin po, ma'am. We could also still see all the slides on the left side and yung windows po mismo ang kita, not the share screen of one slide per
Full
screen.
screen na ako. So, naka-full screen na. Actually, ako, hindi ko rin maintindihan ba't hindi naka-full screen sa inyo. May naririnig yung sound?
Yes po, ma'am. May sound po.
Hindi siya naka-full screen. Sige, skip na lang natin. Pero hindi naka-full screen. So, mukhang balik tayo sa setup natin kanina.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So, hindi namin maintindihan. Naka-full screen na kami pero hindi nakikita yung full screen. So, let's move on. Settings. Camera. Okay naman. Okay. Anyway. Yun. So, hindi pa rin nyo nakikita yung full screen ngayon?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Okay, hindi ko makikita.
Hindi ko nga. Nasa kanila. Na ano ba? Last na tayo. Portfolio na tayo. Ha? Ano nga? Sige, balik tayo na. Sorry, sir. Dala-dalawa na itong
No
staff ko na.
problem po, ma'am. Opo.
Ay, naku po. Slides.
Nag-health break din naman po, ma'am, ang ating mga
Sige
participants.
po, health break
Dahil,
muna kayo, sir.
opo, siksik din naman po yung kanina nating discussion.
Portfolio na
So,
po tayo. Portfolio assessment na po ang next. Wala eh.
ma'am, when we click the share, you will click po the entire screen.
Yes po, did. Naka-entire na po.
Yan, ma'am, kita na po uli namin. Full screen na po tayo, ma'am.
Full screen? Alright.
Okay na po.
Thank you.
Thank you so much po.
Thank you. So now we move on.
Okay po, ma'am. Okay naman po, ma'am. Dahil ang Calabarzon teachers po ay nauunawaan po kapag ang mga technical ano po natin. And they are still with us, ma'am.
Email po sa moderator. Ako ma'am, later po ha, bibigay, share po yung screen, ay yung link. Yes, okay, let's now move on to portfolio assessment. Konti na lang po, pagtagaan nyo na po ako. Hindi po laging naka-StreamYard kasi, no? So now let's move on to portfolio assessment. So I'm sure this is not also new to you. You probably have been doing this already, but just to show you the differences again, the transformation, the evolution in our practice when it comes to portfolio assessment. Of course, prior the pandemic, I'm sure yung mga printed or paper-based portfolios po kayong pinapagawa sa mga estudyante ninyo. And then at a certain point, baka yung iba sa inyo nagsisimula na ng digital portfolio. But I'm sure in the pandemic, siguro sa case ko na nasa higher education, talagang even before the pandemic, nag-electronic portfolio na ako. But I went through this process. I started with paper-based when I learned that 2 decades ago. This was introduced. This was my project when I got trained at Queensland University Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, Australia. My project here was about portfolio assessment, and it was a print-based or paper-based portfolio assessment. And I did the same when I introduced the approach to my students. But later on, I realized the paper based, especially if it's going to be collaborative, hindi share ng mga estudyante yung work nila, no? I mean, it goes to one person. Even if it's a collaborative work, as it is printed based, it would be expensive to have, let's say, 5 members in a group duplicating the work 5 times. So I introduced a digital portfolio. Ay, tika muna, hindi ko pala nailagay yung headphone.
And then later on, I introduced electronics. So this is how my work evolved. I'll show you examples of digital portfolio. Sir, may nakikita ba kayong another slide?
Yes po, ma'am.
Like
Kulay green
bamboo.
po mostly.
Opo. Okay. May kasama bang sound?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So this is a digital portfolio. Names, students here gave permission for me to show their work. So they have self-ratings, their journals, individual ito. So this is my students' portfolio, and their portfolio contains assessment output of their students to include students' portfolios as well. Professional sharing is also the requirement. But what I asked them to share was what they learned from my class. And they prepared everything, including certificates and so on. Okay, let's have another one. It's for the same course. So kapag i-resend po ito, naka-PowerPoint lang yan, then may mga hyperlink. At nag-add lang sila ng music. No? So yun po yung ginawa nila. Then let's have another one for the same course. Let's see how the students prepare their work this time. May music din ba kayo naririnig, sir?
Yes po, ma'am. Meron po, ma'am.
This is digital portfolio, no? Hindi e-portfolio. Sorry sa mga gustong humingi ng copy nito, hindi po ako sa mga estudyante ko po kasi ito, so ang permission lang po nila ay para sa ipakita ito but not to share and give you the same copy, no? Pagpaumanhin nyo kaya pinapakita ko na po ito and this is being recorded so you can use this as, I mean the recording of this Facebook as your public reference if you want to talk about examples of this is digital, not digital portfolio and not to me electronic. Mamaya ipapakita ko ang electronic. So this is another example. So laging ang style ko po ay merong explanation, may cover, may concept ng cover, may explanation. Sir Greg, may narinig kang sound
Yes po, ma'am, meron po.
So ito yung number of journals. Alright. So, why did I show those samples? Para makita nyo po, even if these are all just portfolios for the same course, you could see the uniqueness of every work. The students' style, their domain of intelligence could be shown in the way they package, they organize their portfolio. So, unlike in pen and paper test or traditional assessment, lahat halos ay parang anticipated na. The correct answer is easily determined or programmed, but in portfolio, hindi. So, mas mas nagkakaroon ng flexibility and different skills could be shown, not only the targeted skills of your subject area, but the way they arrive at their output could also lead to the development of other skills, lalo na yung mga 21st century skills na tinatarget like problem solving, being reflective, critical thinking and creative thinking. These are all demonstrated as well. Okay, so example po yun. Now, let's move on to another type of portfolio. So ito po ay nasa CD lang po yan nung pandemic. Hinihingi ko lang po yan na nasa CD. So itong mga, pakita ko lang ang ano nila, no? So ito yung PowerPoint nila, pero may mga files na kasama kasi every time you click a link, may files kang makikita. So lahat ng outputs nila, na-send muna nila yan sa akin, then pinapackage lang nila ito ng ganito para maganda ang viewing when you put it in one container. And then let's move on to our continuation of our discussion. Balik tayo dun sa PowerPoint natin. Okay. So I showed examples of digital. I call it digital because they are digitalized and put in a CD or put in a flash drive. But you can actually do more than that, no? Lalo na kung naka-cloud-based na kayo, di wag ng digital pa ng gano'n. Nagbibigay pa ng mga CD ang mga bata. Let's have other examples this time. These are things that you can just read. Yeah, reasons why we do. Sige, balikan lang natin po, no? Medyo namamadali ko na. But these are the different types of portfolios. Meron tayong working process, kumbaga how the students produce their output ang pinapakita natin, the house of it, kaya tawag natin process-oriented, or the show portfolio na products lang or best works lang ng mga estudyante, or the combination. And why? Why do you have to do or practice portfolio assessment, whether it's working, show, or documentary portfolio? So these are the reasons. Through portfolio assessment that you could test what is really happening in the classroom. Kahit wala ka dun sa klase, tingnan mo lang yung output ng mga estudyante, yung collection, no, ng lahat ng outputs nila. Parang you can already imagine what transpired in the class. It offers multiple indicators of students' progress, gives the students responsibility of their own learning, and it documents students' reflections. It's also a way for the students to show their personal learning styles, their multiple intelligences. It allows teachers to reflect on the effectiveness of their instruction, yung output sa mga estudyante. Parang nagigauge mo how good you were, how effective you were as a teacher, as this kind of teaching you implemented led the students to developing something good. It provides the teachers freedom of gaining insights into the students' development or achievement over a period of time. Okay? So what are the guiding principles? Tatlo lang ang ibibigay ko po sa inyo na dapat ang laman ng portfolio ay reflective of the subject matter of your course or set of courses na gusto nyo integrate. It enables the students to learn more skills aside from or other than what the competencies are that your subject area targets. And of course, the equity principle. It allows students to demonstrate their learning styles and multiple intelligences. Ito yung process ng portfolio assessment. You start with your goals. Pwedeng, mahirap po kasi na competency ito kasi marami, no? Marami kang pwedeng pagsamahin. Pero it's a set of goals or a set of competencies. Let it be called competencies kasi dinidescribe natin ito na competency-based assessments, but there could be many of these, no? You start with the collection. Usually, in my case, I just allow my students to collect whatever they get from the subject, and then later on decide what to put in their final portfolio. So it goes to this collecting, selecting, then organizing their work, and then they reflect or annotate on the value that they learned or acquired from their collection. Then they do the evaluation, and we use this, to confer or exhibit what they have attained so far in the subject. When I introduced portfolio assessment, ganito ang mga itsura ng portfolio sa klase ko. So makikita nyo talaga mag-overload ka ng mga gamit sa school mo, sa classroom nyo, kasi syempre, mga materials na ito ay nangangailangan ng space. So it's not practical. What I'm saying here is, it is not practical. So I introduced, tingnan nyo pag-exhibit, ganyan ang itsura, talagang pagandahan ng outputs, na alam mo naman, ito ay teachers professional portfolio itong ini-exhibit dito, no? Kung ano yung mga ginagamit ng panturo. At makikita mo naman na napakaganda ng packaging. When I trained teachers on portfolio assessment mga 2 decades ago, na in-roll out ito sa 3 different regions, in Antique, in Bicol, and in Davao. Ito yung naging exhibit ng training na kinonduct namin. No? The teachers were trained on how to integrate rice and rice production and pest management in the teaching of mathematics, science, and English. At ito yung output. Kaya makikita ninyo puros mga insects, ganyan. These are all insects found in the rice field. Iba-ibang presentation. Then I introduced digital. So ganito ang mga digital portfolios na sinasubmit sa akin ng mga estudyante ko, naka-CD or naka-flash drive. Pero sa kinalaunan, dumadami na rin ang CD, bagamat madaling i-reproduce, so nakakahinayang na nagpa-pile up sila. So I introduced, ito yung mga nakita nyo kanina, na sample. I introduced electronic portfolio. So let me show you this time how an electronic portfolio looks like. Medyo mabagal. Ano po? Pasensya na. Sana maipakita yung electronic portfolio na, ayan. So, wala ng CD, wala ng hard copy. Bibigay lang sa'yo ng estudyante mo link. And this is what I got from the link. When I click the link, this is what I saw. So these are my graduate students. Pasensya, graduate students lang ang ipapakita ko sa inyo kasi hindi na po ako nagtuturo sa, bagamat na train ako maging elementary teacher, puros teachers na po ang aking train, and cutting across levels. So, example lang po yan. So, kung ano ang, sa bawat click mo dito, may makikita ka. Ito yung mga diniscuss namin sa klase. We talk about critical policy analysis. We talk about PPST, alternative learning system, problem-based learning, authentic assessment, and so on. Meta-analysis. So, kung ano ang diniscuss, yun ang inorganize nitong ng estudyante ko. No? So, if you click one, for example, o professional sharing, ano kaya ang shinare niya sa classmates niya? O, tingnan natin. Ay, sa colleagues niya sa school. Kasi ang requirement ko ay mag-share kayo ng natutunan niyo sa klase natin, sa mga samahan niyo sa school niyo. So, I have to click that. That's downloadable. So, I can just click anything siguro. PPST. Ano kaya nasa PPST niya? Kung saan tingnan natin yung ano niya eh. Ay, ito na. Yan, nag-click na. Professional sharing. Ano shinare niya? So, nag-lock session sila. Pero ang topic na diniscuss niya ay yung natutunan niya sa klase niya. Medyo mabagal. Pasensya na, medyo mabagal. Pero may mga naka-display yan na output. So, ito yung magiging drawback ng natin, ng electronic, kasi that depends really on the strength of your connectivity. So, ito yung mga outputs, no? Anong mga tinuro? What is the importance of annotation? So, diniscuss nila, effective coaching. Mukhang outputs sa DepEd, what is the difference between and among, kasi diniscuss niya IPPST ata, no? Yung isa sa mga topics doon. tips in identify. Baka RPMS, no? So, ito ang pinag-usapan nila, pero pinapakita niya yung evidence na ginawa nilang professional sharing. Tingnan natin ang dulo. Ano pa binigay? How do I know, no, na they did this really? Pwede lang naman nilang, ayan, okay? Ako, nakita na yung name ng school, sorry. At saka yung grade. Ayan. So, may mga pictures na talaga nag-conduct sila ng professional sharing. May national anthem pa. Ayan yung mga teachers. Ito yung evidence na nag-discuss sila. And many more. Okay? Pati yung certificates na binigay nila at saka yung evaluation. So, electronic po yan. No? At marami pa po yan. Marami akong outputs ng mga estudyante ko. Pare-pareho po yan. Pero what I like to show this time ay yung paano mo gawin yung portfolio na isa na lang for the whole grade kahit magkakaiba yung subjects nila. So, ito yung mga examples ko. Kasi yung pinakita ko for just one subject area. What if we want it to be more integrative? So, that means mag-uusap ang mga teachers para hindi sila lahat nagpapa-portfolio pero iba-iba pa ang nalagyanan. Sana isa na lang repository but they have a certain portion in that repository. So, I hope makita nyo to para makita ninyo yung how to transfer this, no, in your specific workplace. So ito, these are teachers too. They are scholars of the Department of Education that we train. So you could see here different modules. So they package their work. So nawala yung modules. Pakita na dito sa more. Okay. So module 1 is one course, another module is another course. So this is the course for module 1. We ask them to select, so show portfolio ito, select only the best outputs that could represent what they've learned from a particular course. And then they have to annotate what that evidence tells. Among the PPST indicators, ano ba ang pinapakita mo dyan sa evidence mo na yan? So that's their annotation. So if you look at more, ayan, maraming modules dito. So let's say we pick module 5. This is about assessment. So ito naman yung mga napili niya na evidence at may annotation kung paano ito nakakalink sa PPST. Now, you might be asking, paano ito transfer sa elementary? Eh di yung mga competency. So dapat po, meron po silang, di ba, ewan ko kung kaya ba natin bigyan ang mga bata ng mga tina-target natin sa lessons natin for the whole year? Meron ba silang ganong copy para may idea sila? Ito yung mga i-develop natin sa inyo. So, pwedeng sigurong instead na PPST kasi ang example ko dito, yung competencies, yung essential competencies na dapat ma-develop nila sa grade nila. So, you can decide, no, kung paano, let's say one subject area, yun yung one module, you know what I'm saying. There are 6 different modules and this could represent 6 different subject areas. They are all consolidated in just one container. So, kapag ikaw si Module 1 teacher, di tingnan mo lang yung portion ng Module 1. But you can see the whole. No? If you explore what else your student could do and how this student performs in other subject areas, kitang-kita nyo yung connection from one subject area to another, no? With this kind of setup. So that is an example of program portfolio. The whole program is contained in one portfolio. Now, some of you are asking examples, no, or electronic portfolio as a sample. You know, I suggest you build your own. Let me show you how I try to illustrate also the need for us to develop our own professional portfolio. So I set up my professional portfolio in a learning management system. This is Schoology and I was given access to this. Sana makapag-log in ako. Madami na ako na angat, no, okay, so this one, my professional portfolio this time. So I showed you course portfolio, single course na portfolio. Then I showed you program portfolio, lahat ng mga courses together in one portfolio. And I'm showing this time my own professional portfolio. So in the Rex bookstores, Schoology or learning management system, they have this portfolio component. So from the profile, may makikita kayo. So let's say I'll click my profile. And I could see here portfolio. So I have information about myself, some updates, and then my blog, and then I'll click the portfolio kasi nandito yung evidence. So this is how my professional portfolio looks like. For me to illustrate how it is set up in a learning management system. I had to create folders. Ito yung folders ko. Nagpa-drawing ako sa anak ko ng image to represent all the information that I want to put in every folder. So, for example, kasi ang label ko sa isang folder na ito, folder sa parang Google Drive, ang label ko my professional journey. So I had that drawing. I conceptualized it. But I asked my daughter to draw it for me because I'm not good at it. And then ito, mga international travel. So ano ang best representation? So ayan, pwede mo kasing ipagawa yung mga aspeto na hindi ka magaling. Pero yung laman at pag-design nito, ikaw pa din. That's my point. So let's say I'll click on my professional journey. What is in here? So I have here information about yung mga milestones in my life. Let's look at another aspect. There are 4 kasi medyo magbabasa ka dyan. Mga articles na nandoon yung pangalan ko sa mga dyaryo, yung mga ganyan. Pero merong narration. Merong sinasabi. Like for example, it says here, this folder contains my comprehensive curriculum vitae that shows my journey as a teacher until I became a university professor. So evidences that I put there are in 4 files. International travel, for example, this folder shows all my personal and sponsored travels to attend international conferences, either as a participant or paper presenter to keep myself abreast with trends in educational assessment and research as a consultant. So, I click that. And then, here are all my travels. No? So, sa bawat click mo, merong laman yan. Ginamit ko lang yung mga isang picture sa bawat travel to represent the folder. But that one has a content. Merong, syempre pag i-click mo, okay, may laman yan. So, halimbawa, this one that I click, for example, is my travel to Vienna. So, may descriptions yan sa bawat isa. So, let's say, we go back to portfolios. Mga sample lang po yan, para lang may idea kayo na your RPMS, kung RPMS ang pinag-uusapan natin, you can organize your work na ganito. What are my publications, for example, no? So, may annotation na naman ako. When I say annotation, this folder contains all the books that I was able to publish. This shows my love to writing books for students and teachers to share my time-tested and proven effective strategies in teaching. So, let's say, these are just examples of my work. No? Mga samples lang po. Para lang ma-document at ma-illustrate. Kasi kung wala po kayong sariling sample, ipapagawa nyo sa estudyante nyo ito, paano nila paniniwalaan na maganda ito? Ikaw, hindi ka naman gumawa ng ganito. So, you really have to exert effort to impress upon your students that whatever you require them to do is something that you also value. Kaya, meron akong ganyan, no? Meron po akong sample para ma-convince ko na ang mga estudyante ko na hindi lang kayo ang nagde-develop ng program portfolio nyo or professional portfolio. I also build my own. Okay? So, this is electronic kasi wala akong repository kundi cloud-based repository. Alright, let's continue. So, ito yung mga kaninang examples na pinakita ko sa inyo na totoo at yung laman. Annotations, mahalaga po yan para naiintindihan ng nag-a-assess sa inyo, ano ba 'tong mga pinaglalagay niya? Kung without annotations, baka mag-i-struggle yung magbabasa. Ano kaya ang gusto niyang ipa-impress dito sa akin? So, we need annotations. And that's like in your context sa RPMS, i-annotate nyo ano ba ang hinihit sa competencies ng isang guro, itong mga pinapakita ko. And that's the same thing you ask yourself if you ask your students to develop their portfolios. What do my students show? What competencies are they trying to prove they have attained from the output that they have given me? So maybe there is a need to train your students, baka simpleng statements lang ito na alam ninyo ay nanggaling sa kanila. So, this time, we have 10 minutes left. Ipapakita ko paano nyo i-integrate lahat itong paggawa ng portfolio. Kung integrative ang pinag-uusapan where you're not only thinking of your subject area, but you are also giving the students the opportunity to link your subject area, the one that you are handling, with what they will likely learn too in other subject areas. So this is an illustration. I got this from grade 5. Second quarter, ang tinignan ko, ito po yung actual standards, no, content and performance standards, and then the essential competency. And I'm thinking of a project. So this is the approach, no, in teaching, which becomes an approach leading to integrative assessment. So the teaching approach is project-based learning, but my assessment is integrative. So in project-based, you must think of a project. So let's say my project title is income generating project. Pang grade 5 po ito. Then my driving question here is, how do we help generate additional family income online? So let's say, yun yung gusto kong i-develop sa mga estudyante ko. So ako po ay, main subject area ko, hindi pa, wala pang subject area dito. So, hindi, mathematics ito kasi these are all yun pala, sample in mathematics. So, I am the mathematics teacher, but I want my assessment to be integrative, and my approach to teaching would be project-based. Now, in integrative assessment, I have to integrate the competencies in mathematics with other subject areas. So, grade 5 lang din ang tiningnan ko. At second quarter lang din ang tiningnan ko. Hinanap ko sa grade 5 EPP, for example, ano kaya ang magandang competency dito na pwede kong ma-integrate dun sa ituturo ko sa mathematics. So that's the point here. So I'm showing sa EPP, minahanap ako na patungkol sa business na gusto ko kunwaring itayo ng mga estudyante ko. Then, nakakita rin ako sa art grade 5 second quarter. Ito yung mga competencies na pwede kong i-combine sa business na i-create nila. Then, I look at English. No, meron din palang pwedeng magamit doon, yung cause and effect, or comparison and contrast, or problem solution relationship, or writing a feature article, no? Then tiningnan ko ESP, naku, meron din yung naipapakita ang kawilihan at positibong saloobin sa pag-aaral, no? Pakikinig, pakikilahok, meron pa yung napapakita ng matapat na paggawa sa mga proyektong pampaaralan, and so on. So I got all the competencies I know would back up whatever the task is or the project is that I would like my students to do. I pick them all. Now, I want them to imagine the work. So here comes the task, how do we help generate additional family income online? So that's the driving question for the project that students have to do. So your parents' income is not that much to cover all the needs of your family. While studying, you need to help raise money to add family's income. You thought of collaborating with your classmates in doing an online selling business. You need to do this without missing your classes. So students' exploration and investigation, the teacher will let the students form into groups of 4 to think of an online income generating project. The students will study together the practices in online selling business. They will have to interview real online sellers and find out their products and practices in running successfully their online business. They need to know the resources needed in setting up their business. They should know the usual problems in setting up an online business and the strategies in solving them. The teacher will train the students in writing in paragraphs the information gathered from the online sellers and for them to create a feature article using word processing tools. The teacher will provide the students a rubric on how to evaluate their feature article and how they will work collaboratively in group activity for self and peer evaluation. Now, itong mga colors na ito, yan yung nire-represent ng subject areas. So kanina, ano yung pink? Pinabalikan lang natin, ano? ESP kapag pink. Pag green, English. Pag blue, so tingnan natin, pag blue, ano ang blue? Art. Pag violet, EPP. Pag mathematics ay yellow. So, tingnan natin yung combination of colors. Yan ang magsasabi kung gaano ka-complex yung activity kasi sa dami ng competencies na pinagsama-sama mo to allow you to the integrative assessment. So here is my description of the activity for my work na, no, for the project. After getting information on how to set up an online business and common challenges faced in an online business, the students will be asked to plan as a group what business to offer online. They will be required to prepare a project proposal with the following information. So ito ay galing sa iba't ibang subject areas. Product to sell online, materials needed, budget needed, projected expenses. So ibig sabihin sa mathematics kasi yellow, project income, roles and responsibilities of the members of in the project. So EPP ata yan. And then anticipated risk and how to address them. Ano nga ba yung green dyan? Baka ESP ba yun? Anticipated risk and how to address them. Ano ba yung green ko? Sorry, kalimutan ko. Ayun, green is English. Kasi and effect, no? And problem solution relationship. All right. So, green yon. So, English pala yon. And so on. So, napakita ko uli po, no, na maganda siguro para sa validation kung kayo po yung nagtitrain o tinetrain nyo ang mga teachers niyo, gawin nyo na ganito para sigurado tayo na may hinihit ang bawat aspeto ng kanyang trabaho. Students will be provided the knowledge and skills they need to determine the budget to put up their online business and estimated income when running such business. The students will be instructed on how to add, subtract, multiply. Kaya yellow yon kasi mathematics. Using the formulas in the spreadsheet. So EPP yon. Mathematical exercises with immediate feedback. That's the assessment. The students need to know how to research using the internet. EPP pa rin ata yon. The students need to know how to make mobiles, art ata ito, paper mache, paper beads as possible items to sell online. Okay? And so on. No? So, pinapakita ko na lang po na lahat ng parts na ito, pag red po yung mga nakikita ninyo, yun yung mga assessments ko, formative and summative. Yun yung mga bahaging i-collect ko para dun sa portfolio ay may assess, may evaluate yun, pero dapat ay ibalik mo uli siya dun sa mga competencies na nire-represent niya. So as a whole, ito yung sample PBL or project-based learning ko applied in mathematics. How will you assess the students in their income-generating project? Will you give them an individual test? Why? What will this test cover? When and how will you do it? How frequent will you do it? Will you assess how the students present and defend their project to their audience? How will you do that? Will you ask them to write a journal indicating learning they gained and their feelings towards their project? How will you do it? Will you ask them to develop their learning portfolio to showcase the process and the product of their income generating project? If yes, how will you do it? Will you process the process will you assess the process pala in doing their project? Will you assess the actual income generated from the project produced by the students? And will you require them to self and peer assess to assess how they work together? Okay? So ito yung mga tanong na pwede nyong itanong rin sa senior. All these formative assessments are that you can possibly consider as you think of implementing a certain project that where competencies cut across subject areas, no? So, example ko lang po yan. Now, paano mo bubuin ang portfolio mo? So you need a rubric for that para sa portfolio assessment. Kung portfolio ang pag-uusapan, so the name, the subject area, tapos yung mga pwedeng i-integrate na subject areas, ilagay nyo na rin. So the first thing that I put there is how to package it. So let's say, organization of the learning portfolio, ito organizer, cover, and organization, then what these qualities are that you expect. Then the rubric, 4-point scale ang nilagay ko dito. From unistructural to extended abstract, ang mga qualities na nilagay ko dito. And then you can invite self, peer, and teacher evaluation and put some remarks. So let's say sa subject area na mathematics, ito yung output nila na hinihit mo. Ito yung mga competencies na ma-encompass mo for that. Then another, no? So parang ang point ko, ikino-consolidate nyo lang lahat yan, but come up with one rubric that shows all the dimensions that are targeted in that particular work. Let's say that is a project. So every subject area could have its own particular aspect to look at, and all the competencies that this aspect aims to target. So ayan po, medyo comprehensive ang ini-expect po natin diyan. Ang pag ako po nagpapagawa niyan para sa mga bata o sa estudyante, ilagay mo na lahat, pati how to transmit the rubric into a grade, no, in percent. Pati na rin yung interpretation, ano ba ibig sabihin niyan? Pati na rin yung feedback mo, ilagay mo na rin. Kung congratulations, you are blah, 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 ilagay mo na rin yan. Wala kayong makikita dapat sa mga estudyante. Pero ito, pero ito ang solo, ang nag-guide sa'yo para i-develop mo yung levels ng rubric mo. Alright, so some mga techniques na lang, nandito, you can just read this, so kayo na lang po ang magbasa, but some things that you have to remember to make your portfolio assessment more integrative, you have to integrate evidences of learning across just in one portfolio. And allow the students to plan their own way to show evidence of their own learning. Provide students tasks that require that could let them demonstrate knowledge and skills learned across subject areas that are essential in real life, and engage students in the development or finalization of the criteria for evaluation and in evaluating their own learning. Okay? So ito po yung sa hapon, pasensya na, hindi na po ako makapag-stay sa inyo. What I would like you to do for your exercise this afternoon is for you to either work individually or in teams, bahala kayo, pero sana hindi masyadong madami, maximum of 5 members, and you prepare your assessment plan, integrating performance or portfolio-based assessment to assess the attainment of students' learning competencies. Then you will be given a rubric, no? I'll give you access to the work. Ito yung rubric na magiging basihan po ninyo para po sa trabaho ninyo. So ito po yung guide ninyo. Ang pinanggagawa ko sa inyo, develop a plan for performance and portfolio-based assessment integrated, no? Pwede. Design an integrative performance and portfolio assessment, use the SOLO framework. So una, mag-decide kayo anong subject level, ano yung main subject area, at ano yung mga i-integrate. So laging merong ganun, may anchor ka na subject area, and then the rest, i-integrate or whichever way you want, do it. Then, ito yung content standards ng main subject area, ano naman performance standards, ano yung target competencies ng main at saka ng mga integrated. Ito ba ay bagay sa traditional assessment, sa performance, o sa pure portfolio assessment? Then, excuse me po, gawa kayo ng rubric. Ito mga naka-red notes lang yan, pero hindi nyo yan ilalagay sa actual na ibibigay nyo sa mga estudyante ninyo. So you put all the dimensions, guidelines on how to compute, ilagay nyo na rin dyan para whoever reads your work, alam nila how to transmute from the scale into a grade in percent and how to interpret. Para makapag-self-assess, may rubric ako for you. Just how good your work is. So, nandito rin rubric to evaluate your plan. So, hindi nyo na ako kailangang antayin kasi you can do the self and peer, no? So, ito wala na yung professor na yan. So, So ito po ang magiging basehan nyo when you do the feedbacking of your work or the work of your colleagues in your school or in your division. So just refer to this. Ibibigay ko na lang po ang link. Lalamnan ko yun, sir. Hindi ko pa natapos ilagay lahat. But I hope you could get the link na lang po, no? Sir, ito po yung link. Then, i-access nyo na lang po ito. Anyone, no? Para anyone could copy it, download it. Tapos isasama ko dito. Huwag nyo munang kunin ito. Kasi ilalagay ko pa dyan yung PowerPoint ko. Hindi ko pa nailagay. Okay? So, where are you now? Where could I put my, ayun, stream. Ayan. So, I'm done, sir. Sorry, alas 12 na. Gutom na po kayong lahat. So, paki-access na lang po yan. And that's it, sir. Kung may tanong po kayo, let me know. I'm done. Greg, I'm done
Hello
na
po, ma'am. Thank you so much po, ma'am. Doc Marilyn Balagtas.
Stop screen.
All right po. So thank you so much po, Doc. So, Doc, are we open for open forum for some questions if our participants have?
Sure.
All right.
Go ahead.
So if you have questions po, kindly comment it down below. Habang kasama pa po natin si Doc Marilyn. Excuse me. Ayan po, baka po may tanong ang ating Calabar Zone teachers. So wala naman po nagtatanong. Mostly are extending their gratitude po, ma'am. Maraming salamat daw po.
You're welcome. So wala na, sir.
Okay,
Mga gutom na siguro
po,
yan, sir. Ano?
Yung link po
Mga
natin
gutom.
ay i-post natin sa ating FB group. So abangan po doon yung link at nakikita nyo na rin po yun ngayon sa ating screen. Thank you po, Ma'am Doc, for that wonderful and brilliant discussion, ideas and examples. Thank you so much po, Dr. Balagtas. Thank you so much for sharing this. It's very helpful in making our assessment. I noticed that sample e-proposals of your students were designed with site wix.com. This is new to me. Is this a free website? Free
Yes.
website ba po kaya yun, ma'am?
Yes. Kapag ano po kayo, nasa Google Space po yan kasama. Site
Okay,
po ang
so
portfolio site. Sa Google po yun.
thank you so much po, ma'am. So,
May
Ma'am
Wix
Lani,
din.
ito
Meron
po.
din po, libre din po yun.
Okay po. So, with that po, I think i-present po natin ngayon ang ating certificate of para po kay Ma'am Marilyn, kay Doc Marilyn, para po sa pagbabahagi sa atin. Doc, please accept this certificate of recognition from Racas. This certificate is hereby presented to for her invaluable contribution and meritorious service rendered as a resource speaker during the 2022 Regional Virtual Workshop on Assessment-Driven Intervention organized by the Regional Association of Communication Arts Supervisor or Racas, held on August 3 to 5, 2022. Given this 4th of August 2022 via Racas Reading Facebook group. Signed by our Racas President, Dr. Elpidia B. Vergaro, and of course, our Regional Director, Francis Cesar B. Bringas, who is now our Assistant Secretary for Field Operation. Ayan po, maraming salamat po, Doc Marilyn. Para sa inyo po ang ating Certificate of Recognition. Heart react naman po para kay Doc Balagtas. So maraming salamat po, Doc. At ang ating pong output, ayan po, magkakaroon na po kayo ng access. Doc, any final message po sa ating Calabar Zone teachers? Nakamute po, ma'am. Ma'am, nakamute po, Doc. Ayan. Kailangan niyo pong i-unmute yan, Doc. Hindi po namin ma-unmute dito.
I said a lot already. All right.
Okay.
Thank you anyway, everyone, for staying up to this time. Thank you for your engagement, and I hope you really learned. Thank you so much for all this appreciation. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you. And be productive. Do your job this afternoon. Self-assessment and peer assessment na lang po ang gagawin doon. Thank you.
Okay po, thank you so much po, Doc Marilyn. So again po, nagtitiwala po si Doc Marilyn sa ating mga participants because your output will be conducted through peer assessment. Ano po ma'am? And self-assessment. Okay po. So for the materials po, you may now access the link on our Facebook group. So maraming salamat po Calabarzon. Ang ating din pong link ay available na po. So Doc, maraming salamat po and thank you Doc. So available na po ang ating attendance. Ito po ang ating attendance for today, our Calabarzon teachers. Yan po, for our day 2 of our virtual workshop. Ayan po ang ating attendance. You may access it now. Posted na rin po siya sa ating group, ang ating attendance for today. And of course, the evaluation for today po. Narito na rin po ang ating evaluation link for day 2. Ayan, at bago po ko tuluyang mag-goodbye for day 2. Thank you so much po, Dr. Balagtas, for your sharing, your expertise. We learned a lot po. Ayan, maraming salamat po for this message from our Facebook user. And another message, pahingi po link attendance. Salamat po. Okay, sige po. Ano ulit tayo ng attendance direct? Pa-flash ulit tayo ng link ng attendance. Don't worry po, this is also posted on our Racas Facebook group, our attendance. Thank you so much po. Thank you so much po for a very meaningful and productive webinar for today. Ayan, at may isang araw pa po tayo, huwag kakalimutan. Sige nga Ma'am Marian, patingin tayo ng folder ng output natin kahapon. Tingnan natin. So eto po ang ating output kahapon. Tingnan nga po natin ang ating output ng ating mga kasama. Sige ma'am, magbukas po tayo ng Division of Cavite Province kung may nagpasa na po ng mga output. Ayan. Sige po, Okay, so meron na po ditong output ang Cavite Province from Alfonso Sulsugin Elementary School. Alright? Another folder ma'am. Sige nga, tingnan naman po natin ang General Trias. Hindi ma'am, sa division tayo. Division of General Trias Series. Ayan. Naku, wala pang output ang iba. Ato, meron ng output si Angel L. Bawala. Thank you so much po. What about SDO Dasmariñas Siri? Tingnan po natin ang mga taga-Dasma kung meron na pong output. Ayan, meron na rin pong output ang taga-Dasma. What about Santa Rosa Siri? Okay po, meron na rin pong output ang mga taga-Santa Rosa, Laguna Province. Okay, Santo Domingo Elementary School ng Luisiana District. Sige po, balik tayo sa Laguna. Isa pa pong folder from Laguna. Ayan, meron na rin po. What about Quezon Province? Okay, meron na rin po. Rizal. Okay po, meron na rin pong output ang mga taga Rizal. Batangas Province. Okay po, marami na rin pong output ang ating mga taga Batangas Province. What about Tanawan City? Okay, meron na rin po Lipa City. Okay, madami na rin pong output ang Lipas City. What about our newest division, San Pedro City? Ayan, maraming salamat po. Binyan City, tingnan naman natin ang Binyan City. Okay po. So maraming salamat po Calabarzon teachers, our participants for really responding to our competent speakers para po sa paggawa ng mga iniatang nilang output para sa atin. Maraming salamat po. And those output will be shared tomorrow pagbalik po ni Dr. Carlo. Kaya kung hindi pa po kayo nakakasubmit, pasa na po ng kayo ng ang inyo pong mga output. Ano po? So, that is all for today, day 2. Once again, ako po ang inyong lingkod mula sa Payapang Lungsod ng Tagaytay, Greg Loberia Sanggalang, saying thank you and mabuhay. Magkita-kita po tayo sa final day natin bukas at sa ating closing ceremony. Maraming salamat po and enjoy your lunch, Calabarzon.
Sa'yo nagsisimula ang pagbuo ng magandang kinabukasan ng ating bayan. Kapag ikaw ay naandyan, ngumingiti ang mundo, tumitindig ang musmus ng bawat lumilitaw. Ang bagong umaga, ikaw ay tala sa mundo. Taglay ang puso at dugang Pilipino. Taasan ako, ikaw ang kurong Pilipino. Managig ka, di ka nag-iisa. Ikaw ang gabay ng kabataan sa pag-abot ng pangarap. Nabuhay ka, bayani ka, kurong Pilipino. Hinahamon ka man ng pagsubok, ipagpapatuloy ang pag-abot ng pangarap.
This August 3 to 5, 2022, we continue the advocacy in enhancing the confidence of our Calabarzon teachers, with 22 divisions aiming to ensure an assessment-driven intervention. This is the second leg of Racas 2022. Catch us live via Racas YouTube channel and Racas FB group.